Chapter 322. That's right, we want to freeload on stocks. What's wrong with being a professor? Don't professors need to support their families? Professors don't earn money from whatever they buy. The professors complained in their hearts. Recently, old Qin always liked to show off in front of people. The professors also had times when they failed. They lamented, this stock clearly has a lot of potential, but why isn't it rising? This stock is not bad, right? It's a pity that I sold it too early. Recently, I've been duped by hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm wondering if I should sell my meat. Every time this happened, old Qin would say casually, the stock market has been doing well recently. I've earned tens of thousands again. You have to be more careful when you choose your stocks. There are too many bankers. A bull market cannot be predicted using normal methods. I actually touched the upper limit of 2 stocks today. The professors felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart again and again, and their hearts were cold. They asked him, Old Qin, share your experience. You're getting better at trading stocks. Old Qin would laugh and say, I don't trade stocks. I'm just a porter of the stock market. The stocks are all chosen by my son. The professors, F***CK. So what if you have a son? So what if your son is a god of stocks? Your son is also a fast shooter. The professors were sick of it. They didn't talk about stocks in front of old Qin anymore. As long as he came, everyone tacitly changed the topic. Everyone liked to act cool. However, the vulgar people acted cool, while the cultured people acted cool in front of people. The professors were envious, jealous, and hateful, but they couldn't ask about stocks. Old Qin had a rule. He never helped others to trade stocks, nor did he help others to push stocks. Now, the opportunity was here. At 3:00, the students were looking forward to it. Outside the door, Professor Qin walked in. He pressed his hand, and the classroom instantly quieted down. During the class week, I promised the students that I would let Qin Zhe come over to talk to everyone and talk about his personal experience. It will be helpful for you when you enter society in the future. But I didn't expect him to be so popular. To be honest, I'm jealous of him. Every time I have a class, you either take sick leave or skip class. How dare we? We don't dare to skip your class. The students laughed. Old Radish. He never informed them about the test. He fought a surprise battle and then deducted their credits. The students who skipped class would cry. Cut the crap. Otherwise, you'll hate me. The old man looked at the door. Qin Zhe came in. He didn't dress up too formally. He was dressed casually. Before he went out, his sister had meticulously combed his hair and styled it. Ace, can you bring me along? I always feel that lectures are very fun. Qin Bao said as she shook her butt. What are you going to do? You're a celebrity. Your appearance fees are in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why should the University of Finance and Economics benefit? Qin Zhe said. Then I'll wear sunglasses and a big brimmed hat. His sister hugged his neck from behind and acted coquettishly. You've messed up my hair. Wang Zijin slapped her buttocks. After that, her sister stayed behind to argue with her best friend. After Qin Zhe came in, there was a commotion in the office. Screaming and cheering. Qin Zhe looked at the black mass of heads. In the corner of the room on the left, there was a group of bespectacled professors. He was a little surprised by the scene. At the same time, he was a little dazed. It turned out that in front of his sister, he was a salted fish. But in the eyes of others, he was a real big shot. I'm a big shot. Salted fish, get rid of. My dad. Professor Qin called me this morning and asked me to come over and chat with his students. I really thought it was just a chat. He glanced at the vast crowd. I'm really proud of my dad. TSK TSK, they're all his students. There was a burst of laughter. The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. Then let's chat. There's no need to introduce myself. Everyone should know me. Xianxia said, I'm also studying at the University of Finance and Economics. I'm currently doing an internship and haven't received my graduation certificate. When I first started my internship, I was cooped up at home trading stocks. When I had time, I wrote songs for my sister. She accidentally became famous. The students listened with great interest. Later, when my dad found out that I was trading stocks, he almost beat me to death. He said, if you don't take the wrong path, you'll be useless for the rest of your life. I had no choice but to find a job. At first, I wanted to work peacefully, trade stocks, and write songs. But in the end, I accidentally started a company. There was a lot of booing. The students laughed. Now I want to ask, Dad, is your son promising? Xianxia smiled and looked at the old man sitting below. The old man's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. You're insulting me the moment you come up. This time, the laughter was even louder. The girls realized that this senior Xianxia was a very interesting person in real life. The boys also smiled more. I don't know how to make a long and messy speech. You don't like to hear it either. If we want to chat, I'll give you a chance to speak. Xianxia said, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Whoosh. Pairs of hands went up. The girl in the blue down jacket, you're the prettiest. You ask. The delicate girl with long hair stood up and smiled. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to meet tonight? Xianxia gave her a look full of electricity. The long-haired girl blushed. She was about to muster up the courage to answer when she heard Xianxia say, I'm just joking. Regarding the matter of a girlfriend, yes, I just got one yesterday. There was a lot of booing. The girls were very disappointed. The long-haired girl said, you have a girlfriend, we have hoes. There was a lot of laughter. The second question. That girl, you come. Senior, how did you become so outstanding? Everyone knows your talent in songwriting and your ability in trading stocks. You opened an investment company and an entertainment company during your internship for half a year. Can you tell us about your experience? Xianxia thought for a moment. This is probably talent. The students booed loudly. They were all smiling. This senior was too funny. Next, I'll give you some chicken soup. Listen to what you want to hear and forget what you don't. Xianxia said seriously, actually, I've not been smart since I was young. My dad can testify for me. There's always a feather duster at home. It's not used for dusting, but for hitting me. Before he finished, the students below burst out laughing. My dad can testify for me. I was beaten by my dad since I was young. I actually hate him for this. As the old saying goes, a filial son is born under a rod, but it also produces a talent. This sentence may not be completely correct, but it's definitely true. I know that with my talent, if it wasn't for his rod education and the rules he set for me, I would not only not be able to get into the university, but I would also have given up on myself. Compared to this useless son of mine, my sister Qin Bao Bao has been smart since she was young. She has a lot of pressure. Let's not talk about songwriting. Everyone has talent, but you haven't discovered it yet. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how trashy you are. No, how outstanding you are. Laughter rang out again. The students could tell that he was deliberately saying this. Senior, are you a crosstalk artist? Let's talk about my personal experience. Let's talk about studying. Everyone is tired of hearing that. Whether you study in school or work outside, you have to remember one word: research. The era of heroes was over. In the current era, knowledge was wealth. The quality of one's studies was not dependent on one's grades. Instead, it was dependent on whether one knew how to do research. With grades obtained through rote memorization and a diploma, one's starting point was higher than others, but one was destined not to go far. The CEO who marries a rich and beautiful woman will definitely be those who are willing to research and work hard. It won't be those who play games every day. Everyone has seen the small blackboard that I've been circulating. I've written an entire blackboard's worth of analysis for a stock. But you didn't see it. I've written 3 blackboards before. This is research. I started learning how to trade stocks at the beginning of July. Other than eating, sleeping, and occasionally writing songs, I locked myself at home. Every day, I studied and recharged. This is research. To solve a question, to analyze its inner mystery and the way to solve it. This is research. But many people will research the small details, but not the big questions, such as studies or work. The students were deep in thought. Okay, next question. This female student, you're here. Senior, in the video online, you said that you wanted to make 100 million yuan a month. Did you really achieve it? A girl who was dressed especially gorgeously looked at him expectantly. That was my starting capital. With it, I started a company. Xianxia nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Hiss. The students were not the only ones who gasped. The professors who were listening also sat up straight at this moment. It was not a joke. It was real. Did he really earn 100 million in just 1 month? Oh my God, it was a sum of money that ordinary people could never make in their lifetime. At first, there was silence. Then, the atmosphere became heated. In particular, some of the girls looked at Xianxia with eyes that had changed from implicit liking to aggressive covetousness. This kid, he just loves to show off. The old man's face was glowing. He felt proud. Next question, protest. Someone shouted, Senior, you keep asking girls to answer questions. You're too biased. The boys immediately echoed the protest. Xianxia said, Okay, this student, you do it. The boy who raised his hand in protest stood up excitedly and stared at Xianxia. He was Qin Bao Bao's fanatical fan. There was a question he had been holding back for a long time. It was a gossip from the internet. Now, he finally had the chance to ask. If he didn't take the opportunity today, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. This student. Xianxia said, Is there a problem? Yes, I was just thinking about it, he said. The internet said that Guo Zhengyu quit the cast of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach because he forced Qin Bao Bao to do a kissing scene, and Qin Bao Bao refused to do a kissing scene with anyone. So, you kicked him out of the cast. The boy pushed his glasses up, and a sharp light flashed through his lenses. Then, Senior, why did Qin Bao Bao agree to do a kissing scene with you after you became the male lead? And why didn't you use a stunt double? Senior, please answer directly. Chapter 323. You didn't even have the slightest bit of defense, nor did you have the slightest bit of hesitation. Xianxia didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill coming from the top of his head. His scalp went numb, and the hair on his back stood on end. As it went further down, his anus tightened. I'm done for. That was the only thought in Xianxia's mind. Then, there were many more thoughts that came one after another. It was especially complicated. Why did I agree to teach? As expected, being a salted fish is the best way to survive. If I just stay at home and be a salted fish, everything will be fine. I'm afraid I've lost my mind at that time. This little pervert, what a vicious knife. Xianxia, have brought my sister around for so many years, all kinds of kissing and occasionally having sex. Finally, the boat capsized. The students noticed that after that guy asked this question, the light smile on Senior Xianxia's face suddenly disappeared. There was a small noise in the classroom, and the students' eyes were shining as if they were gossiping. However, different from the students' happy attitude, Xianxia was keenly aware that a strange orange light flashed in the old master's glasses. He was shocked. That's murderous intent. No, I have to save myself before the old master's murderous intent locks onto me. In just a few seconds, various countermeasures floated through Xianxia's mind. If his brain was compared to a CPU, he was already overloaded. This matter was no longer a secret on the internet. It had been spread by people inside the crew. Guo Zhengyu didn't refute it, and many netizens took it as a tacit agreement. At the premiere, the reporter asked the siblings why they didn't use a stunt double for the kissing scene. He remembered that his sister was very generous at that time. Filming is an art, regardless of the subject. He remembered that he was also very open at that time. There's no such thing as a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It's all for the sake of art. Why the F***ck did I have to pretend? Just deny it and say that it's a stunt double. Now I'm finished. Most importantly, with the old man's intelligence, he might be able to connect it to the incident where his children tried to stop them from watching movies. Combined with this rumor, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't explain or argue about this matter. What I need to do now is to dispel the suspicion in my grandfather's heart. My mother was already suspicious. If my father was suspicious too, then there would be no point in playing this game. Sister Bao and I could only raise the white flag and say GG, praying for a better death. This question is very good, very good. Xianxia involuntarily raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Advanced Acting Mastery, activate. After the skill was activated, the haze between Senior Xianxia's eyebrows disappeared. The corners of his mouth were relaxed and his complexion was normal. Eggy smiled. At that time, it just so happened that my investment company was expanding its business. I don't know if anyone has noticed the entertainment news, but during that time, the production team's funds ran into problems. I know. I've seen it before. They said that the investor withdrew their investment, a classmate said loudly. Yes, that was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting in a movie. I quickly contacted the production team and planned to invest in the production team to film the movie. Xianxia said, my father said that blood is thicker than water. Broken bones are connected by tendons. Family members should help and support each other. When he said this, Senior Xianxia's expression was very excited. It was as if he was praising socialism. From his uncontrollable expression, it could be seen that he deeply respected his father. The students were in awe. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He was also gratified by his son's performance. He temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. After hearing this, the old man quickly analyzed two key points. 1. My daughter doesn't act in kissing scenes. 2. My daughter only acts in kissing scenes with my son. F***ck, I don't even dare to think about this. Perhaps out of professionalism, Guo Zhengyu rejected the substitute for the kiss scene. However, it was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she definitely couldn't adapt to this kind of kiss scene. There was a small stalemate. Coincidentally, Guo Zhengyu's schedule changed, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the production team. It wasn't like the rumors online that I kicked him out of the production team. After discussing it with the director, I decided to act as the male lead. Xianxia said in a casual tone, during the filming, I asked her, Sister, do you plan to go into the film and television industry in the future? She thought for a long time and nodded. Yes. I said that you can't always use a substitute. Acting skills need to be honed, not relied on a substitute. So there was this kissing scene. Actually, there was a big psychological barrier to acting in a kissing scene with her. However, since I chose to act as the male lead, I could only accept it. After all, I couldn't find a suitable lead in a short period of time. She resisted even more and didn't do it well several times. But in the end, she succeeded. For her, it was a qualitative leap in her acting skills. Yes, it was also a leap in my kissing skills. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia's words were reasonable. His expression was calm and composed. His frank and nonchalant attitude was very persuasive and convincing. First, I didn't want to act in a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It was because I couldn't find a male lead for the time being. Second, there are no father and son on the battlefield. There are no siblings on the stage. Everything is for the sake of art. Anything that is covered in the cloak of art will instantly become high and mighty. So that's it. The students thought. So that's it. The old man thought. So that's it. It's all for the sake of acting. Moreover, my son and daughter were very resistant. I was thinking too much. Then, Senior Xianxia, will you still act in movies in the future? I really like the movies you act in, a girl asked. We'll talk about it in the future, Xianxia said. Next time, I definitely won't act in a kissing scene with my sister. He thought to himself. This fog had to be erected properly and could not fall over. Next, he answered a few more questions and talked about his company with his classmates. He boasted about the strength of the company and encouraged his juniors to come to the company for internships. They would be treated well. He looked at his watch. It was about time. Finally, I'll answer one last question. This time, no one raised their hand. The students shouted, Senior, recommend a few stocks. Senior, we want high-quality stocks. Please. Senior, take us to show off and soar. The professor's lenses flashed sharply in unison. Xianxia pondered for a moment and looked at the unactivated camera on the ceiling. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll recommend a few stocks that I'm more optimistic about. Those who invest in stocks can use it as a reference. Those who don't invest in stocks can just treat it as a show. He opened a private equity company. It was not like the public equity company that was restricted everywhere. This was not a public platform like Weibo. In fact, it was not a big deal for an individual to recommend stocks. Securities companies also recommend stocks to their clients every day. Xianxia picked up the oil pen on the podium, turned around, and wrote on the blackboard. Groups of eyes stared at the blackboard. Senior Xianxia is going to write stocks. Quick, take a notebook and write it down. Whether we can make a fortune or not depends on this wave. It's really a wise decision to come to the lecture today. It's not a loss. Some students wrote it down on paper. Some students directly took out their mobile phones and opened the stock trading software. They saved the stocks that Xianxia wrote down in the self-selected stocks. The professors whispered to each other. Are these stocks okay? A few of them are inflated, right? Who cares if they're inflated or not? Write them down first. Later, we'll pick better stocks from them. Yes, quickly write them down. This time, we'll earn back the capital and interest. Look at old Qin. He's not writing. Why should he? He's not investing in stocks. He's a porter of the stock market. Hey, this old guy. Xianxia wrote down the names and codes of 10 stocks on the blackboard. There were military stocks, infrastructure stocks, agricultural stocks. These were the stocks that he was interested in recently. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. After a long time, no one knows what will happen, he said. The students nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks or mobile phones. A short period of time, a week at least, half a month at most. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The first reaction of the students was not to pack up and leave the classroom. Instead, they swarmed over and touched Xianxia up close. He was surrounded by people, all of whom were girls. The boys were green with envy and jealousy. Xianxia, what's your mobile phone number? Xianxia, on the day you come back to get your graduation certificate, you must not sneak away. Xianxia, I love you. The girls screamed. Senior Xianxia, I love you. Suddenly, there was a rough voice. Damn, who is it? Their view of love is too skewed. He looked around. There were too many people and he could not find the guy who shouted just now. Then, the female students pestered him for autographs. Xianxia signed them one by one. Those who wanted to write on their faces were ignored. Those who wanted to write on their breasts. Of course, he ignored them. In private, he would agree, but in public, he had to be careful. Unless he made a mosaic. After getting rid of the students, he followed his old man to the office. Along the way, the old man looked at him strangely. Xianxia could not understand the strange look in his father's eyes. He began to make wild guesses. This salted fish has really made a comeback. My son is so outstanding. There must be something wrong with this salted fish and sister's kissing scene. When they reached the office door, Xianxia's expression was unnatural. Dad, what are you looking at? The old man glared at him. What's wrong with looking at you? Xianxia was speechless. Well, you're the old man. You can look as you wish. You didn't let me down. The old man said. Xianxia grinned. For the first time in so many years, his father praised him to his face without being pretentious. Xianxia, who had been whipped by his father for many years, felt sour in his heart. This cheat was worth it. But I'm still not satisfied. The old man glared at him. Still not satisfied? Do you have to force me to punch the greyhound of the east and step on the black cat of the sky before you reluctantly accept me, this good-for-nothing son? I'm very good. Even my mother praised me for being promising. I'm very good. My mother knows, but my father doesn't know. You and Siu have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. But even if she is wholeheartedly devoted to you and helps you manage the company, you haven't clarified your relationship with her until now. The old man tapped his son's head with his finger. In fact, you still lack a sense of responsibility. If you hadn't calmly disclosed your relationship today, I would have beaten you to death in front of your mother the next time we go home. Beat me to death in front of my mother, Xianxia. What's the situation? You and I have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Did you read the wrong script? Xianxia was stunned. He felt that something had happened that he didn't know. So flustered. My father. When did he know Suyu? Oh my God. Chapter 324. Suyu, she. When did she hook up with my dad? Xianxia had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered that he personally gave Suyu's email to the old man, and he personally opened a door for Suyu to make trouble. Although I don't know what Teddy said to my dad, the old man obviously regarded her as my girlfriend. Dad, my girlfriend is Z. Xianxia stopped fiercely. According to my dad's temper, once I say this, he will beat me up without saying anything, and then listen to my explanation. I can't be beaten for nothing. Dad, how do you know Suyu? Xianxia asked. Didn't you give me her email last time? Speaking of Suyu, the old man showed a satisfied smile, Suyu is a sensible girl, smart and capable, and knowledgeable. I am very relieved to have her help you take care of the company. Dad, how do you know that Suyu is capable? Bah, now is not the time to complain. Dad, in fact, Suyu and I, the old man patted his son on the shoulder and interrupted him. It doesn't matter if men like to play, Dad was. Anyway, you know it. But you have to know how to take responsibility. Bao Bao said that you like Zijin. Dad knows that Zijin is a good girl, beautiful and virtuous, but Suyu is not bad either. So you want me to marry both of them? Qin Zai's eyes lit up. Pa! A scalp hit Qin Zai's head without warning. The old man's eyes widened, and for a moment, he suddenly sighed. Dad still understands your idea. Young people always think about it. But the ideal is very full, and the reality is inevitably thin. Since you have a relationship with Suyu, you have to be responsible for her, you know. My God, what did Suyu say to my dad? Can I explain it clearly? And Suyu is also beautiful, no worse than your sister. Such a beautiful girl, it's really cheap for you. The old man smiled. Suyu is really beautiful, and her appearance is 666, but I always feel that something is wrong. This, your sister, should be changed to Zijin, right? That was the right style. No, Dad, you haven't seen Suyu. Qin Zai was stunned. If he remembered correctly, his dad only knew Suyu at most. He even knew that Suyu was beautiful. Grandpa Xing took out his phone from his pocket. I've seen her photo. He opened the chat software and showed his son his chat with Suyu. In the chat history, there was a beautiful selfie of Suyu, with long black hair, a delicate face, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and a peace sign. Other than the fact that her body wasn't as sexy and seductive as her sister's, her looks weren't too far off. Qin Zai was speechless. At the same time, he saw the chat records of the old man and Suyu. Uncle, Qin Zai has been ignoring me for the past few days. This brat, I'll teach him a lesson another day. Uncle, Qin Zai doesn't play with me at night. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Uncle, can you help me build a model someday? Okay. Qin Zai was speechless. He didn't know what to say. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have given Suyu a chance to be a demon. I'll go to the company tomorrow and let that witch know the power of my iron rod. Punishing evil and promoting kindness like a Buddha. Grandpa Xing took back his phone and said, bring her home for dinner someday and let your mother see her. Your mother will be very happy. Dad, you didn't tell Mom, did you? Qin Zai was taken aback. If Mom knows, Sister will definitely know. If Sister knows, Sister Ziwei will definitely know. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Hey, that's not right. Why am I guilty? I'm fine with Suyu. I might as well reveal this to Mom and dispel her doubts, and then explain it to Sister. Killing two birds with one stone. When you bring her home one day, it's not too late to tell your mother. Give her a surprise. Grandpa Xing laughed. That's fine. Qin Zai said goodbye to his father and left the university. In a luxurious office. It was a European-style layout, a full set of Armani furniture, abstract oil paintings hung on the wall, but the coffee table was made of handmade yellow rosewood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The few gadgets on the coffee table were even more amazing. The teapot was a Yongjing butterfly-patterned lid of the Qing dynasty, and Gujing Zhou clay teapot, revealing a majestic aura. However, the overall feeling was a combination of things, like drawing a tiger or a dog, which was neither. Behind the desk sat a man with a dignified aura, handsome, thin, and spirited eyes. Qiao Bing, my ex-husband. Qiao Bing looked at the information in his hand. Qin Zai, male, born in 1995, he and sister-in-law didn't know each other for a long time, about half a year. In 2 months, he frequently went in and out of sister-in-law's house. I checked and found that he was a tutor for Dong Lai. For the time being, I didn't find out that he has a close relationship with sister-in-law. As for the investment company, there is a woman named Su Yu. She is sister-in-law's friend, or because of this relationship, she invested in Baozi. The man in a suit stood in front of the desk and reported. But this can't explain the transfer of shares of Tianfeng Entertainment. Nan Man has invested a lot of money and manpower in this company. With her stubborn character, she will never give up without making some achievements. And she doesn't lack 1 or 200 million yuan. Chao Bing put down the information and looked at his subordinate. Baozi and Tianfeng are not fat, but they are not thin either. Moreover, have you seen your sister-in-law so closely tied to a business person for so many years? Dong was silent. The relationship between sister-in-law and this guy named Xianxia was not ordinary. At least, it was not as simple as a business partner. Boss was on a long journey to reconcile with sister-in-law, and the destination was still far away. At this time, any man who had a close relationship with sister-in-law would be on the list of targets to be killed. He took out a small pistol and started shooting. That day, I shamelessly stayed at Nan Man's place for a meal and happened to meet this guy. Dong Lai and Ziki called him uncle. Guess what Nan Man's reaction was? Chao Bing pursed his lips. She didn't object. Dong, you have been with us for more than 10 years. What do you think this means? Dong hesitated. It means sister-in-law doesn't dislike him. You don't have to be so reserved. Not only does she not dislike him, she has a good impression of him. Chao Bing clicked his tongue. This guy is really outstanding. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't be compared to you, boss. Although Dong said this, he was worried for his boss. A young and outstanding man who was also handsome and had a rising career. He felt that he would be a strong rival for his boss. Most importantly, the other party was very young. A 23-year-old guy. TSK, a 23-year-old's waist was much better than a 32-year-old's. Chao Bing's finger pointed at Xianxia's information, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart. This kid's family background was mediocre, and after following the vine for a long time, he still couldn't find any big information about his background. His mother was a housewife. His father was a university professor. His sister was a popular singer. He ran 2 companies himself. As for the investment company, it only dealt in stocks and futures. Other businesses that relied on background and connections were not doing well. This meant that he was really speculating in stocks and made a fortune in the bull market. Such a young man must be arrogant, but his IQ should not be below average. How did he become tough in front of Nan Man and himself? What was his confidence? It should be known that many young men who were worth more than Xianxia could not be tough in front of Nan Man. I want to arm wrestle with this young man, Chao Bing said. Let's see if he is tough or if I am tough. Dong perked up. Boss, do you want to go in the light or the dark? Doesn't he have 2 companies? I want to compete with him first. Chao Bing said. After the discussion, Dong went out to do some work. Chao Bing leaned on the office chair, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. He became a disciple of a big boss in the north when he was 10 years old. That spring, when the peach blossoms first bloomed, he saw a girl with 2 braids in a deep courtyard hidden by layers of flowers and trees. She was 7 years old that year. Many years later, when Chao Bing recalled the scene, he felt that the only thing missing was an old Cantonese song as the background music. Later, her father was caught and killed because he was involved in too many shady businesses. He single-handedly supported the Pei family's business and gave Nan Man Pei and her sister a backing. The story of a senior brother loving his junior sister had a perfect ending. That was the woman he loved. He thought that he would live a peaceful and happy life with the woman he loved. Later, he became Qin Shimi and destroyed his marriage with his own hands. He watched Qin Zhe's movie, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. When he finished watching the ending, his ex-husband sat in the movie theater and smoked a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist, Xianxia, had the same experience as him. However, Xianxia did not know who his true love was until he died. He was different. He only loved one woman from the beginning to the end. However, this woman was too unique. He had tried so hard to win her heart back then. After so many years, he was not confident that he could make Nan Man Pei stay by his side without any status. He had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Most of his businesses were in the north and he had a listed company in Shanghai. He stayed in Shanghai for a few months in the name of a business trip and only returned to the north on weekends. What really made him feel hopeless was not the sudden appearance of a local from Shanghai, but Pei Nanman's attitude towards him. She did not hate him, nor did she hate him. She was not sad, nor did she beat her chest with her little fists and scolded him for being a heartless person. It was like they were strangers. Maybe they were friends. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to stay for dinner. But this was what scared his ex-husband the most. I treat you as my true love, but you treat me as your friend. Did she really fall in love with someone else? His ex-husband thought of this sad possibility. Chapter 325. On the way home, Qin Zhe was bored, so he pulled out the salted fish system for a chat. System, can you give me a discount on those super awesome skills of yours? It's common sense to leave your sweet dreams for the night. Then give me credit, just like a credit card, and I'll pay back the points slowly. Sorry, this system doesn't have a credit program. A system like you is an obsolete product from 300 years ago. Other people's systems can do whatever they want, completely ignoring the rules. The system simply ignored him. Look at you, you're scared again, Qin Zhe said in distress. We've been tied up for so long, and it seems that other than changing a few songs and eating a few skill books, there's not much use. The system was not convinced and retorted, in fact, the things in the point store are enough for you to easily hang on until you have no friends. But your points reward is so little, exchanging for things that are so awesome that you have no friends costs 999 plus points. Are you blaming me? As long as you keep doing missions, you can quickly accumulate a huge amount of points, but why are there so few missions? There was a long silence. Qin Zhe and the system sighed in tacit understanding. Let's not hurt each other. Agreed. When a salted fish meets a lowlife, this is a sad story. Host, do you have a dream? The system's voice was doubtful. Yes, to be a CEO, to marry a beautiful and rich woman, to reach the peak of life. Qin Zhe laughed. This dream is not a dream at all, the system said. If the desire in your heart is a dream, then I've actually discovered your real dream long ago. I don't even know myself, who are you lying to? Your dream is to be your own brother-in-law. Qin Zhe, he really wanted to kill the system to silence it. The weekend passed smoothly, and on Monday, he drove his sister to work. According to his own wishes, he would first go to Baozi to invest today, find that little bitch Su Yu, and spank her until she blossoms. But on Tianfang's side, they had just negotiated a contract last week. The female lead of Shanghai Beach, Li Wei, had already terminated her contract with her management company and jumped ship to Tianfang. Other than Qin Bao, she was the most famous artist in the company. Since Qin Bao wasn't involved in the film and television industry for the time being, Tianfang's connections in the film and television industry were all tilted towards her. This was much more generous than her original management company, so Li Wei wanted to treat Qin Zhe and Qin Bao to a meal before she went to the set. This was the agreement after the contract was negotiated last week. The siblings walked into the company side by side. Qin Baobao was very careful about her image outside. Occasionally, she would hold her brother's arm. Most of the time, she didn't dare to be too close. You never know how many paparazzi were hidden around you. Even if they were siblings, if they were too close, it would easily attract rumors. On Weibo, they ridiculed Qin Baobao as a brother fanatic and a brother complex. It was just a joke and teased her, but too much was as bad as not enough. They couldn't let the paparazzi catch too many foxtails. The two entered the office. Qin Zhe sat in the office chair, turned on the computer, and checked the business situation of Tianfang Film and Television. You haven't taken on many commercial performances recently, and you've only shot 2 commercials. Qin Zhe looked at his sister who was sitting on the sofa, boiling water and making tea. Qin Baobao was dressed in a British style today. Plaid high-waisted trousers, a white lace shirt, a short dark red windbreaker, and a pair of small riding boots. Both enchanting and heroic, coupled with her flawless face, her whole person was exquisite like an oil painting by a master. Really? I feel like I've been working all the time. Qin Baobao swayed her hips as she walked over. She took a look and found that her workload had indeed decreased. After winter, people felt especially tired and couldn't muster up any energy. Although our songs bring in a stable income for the company, as a top artist, you have to work seriously. Qin Zhe reprimanded his sister. His sister hugged his neck from behind, twisting her body and acting coquettishly. I've been so tired recently. I just want to sleep and don't want to do anything. According to the normal development path of a singer, singing, releasing albums, holding concerts, shooting music videos, these are the main businesses that both make money and increase their fame. But the real money is from commercial performances, commercials, and participating in variety shows. In terms of variety shows, the era of singing dominating variety shows is almost over. Only I Am a Singer is still relatively strong, and you've participated in it. As for the other average variety shows, the company has helped you reject them. What you can do now is to take on more jobs. Qin Baobao blinked her long eyelashes, her almond-shaped eyes, and said coquettishly, "Then what about the abnormal development path?" Don't tell me you want to sleep with me." Qin Zhe chuckled and said, "I think sleeping with Li Wei is not bad. TSK, a 30-year-old woman is especially attractive. That figure, that temperament, TSK, it's a must. Why would I want you?" Qin Baobao gave a series of karate attacks. "You black-hearted maggot, let me tell you, if you want to sleep with me, I'll clean you up on behalf of Dad." Stop it. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's wrist. He would not say such things in the future. Whenever he said it, his sister would explode. It's just a joke. The abnormal development path, of course, is to go against the heavens, the earth, and the aircraft carriers. We have to go against all industries and if necessary, even the SARFT. We can let you rush out of the country in minutes and go against the whole world. But this kind of technical work can't be done by ordinary people, unless it's a big shot like me. You're the one who's going to be attacked, right? Qin Baobao said disdainfully. Qin Zhe poked her waist with a finger, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. There was a delicate fragrance. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qin Baobao immediately got up from her brother's arms and looked at him coquettishly and said, "Come in." The person who came in was her manager, Li Yanhong. During work, the manager and the artist had an inseparable relationship, so Qin Zhe and his sister were almost caught fooling around several times. Therefore, Qin Zhe set a rule for Li Yanhong that she had to knock before entering the office. Something happened. Li Yanhong whispered, "Something happened to Li Wei. I heard that the SARFT is going to ban her." The siblings looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao frowned. What happened? What did she do? Where did this news come from? It was Li Wei's manager who said it. Her classmate works at the SARFT and saw the name list, but it hasn't been announced yet. It's an internal ban list. Li Yanhong clicked her tongue and said, now they're going around begging for help, looking for connections to settle this matter. Qin Bao Bao frowned. The company also has connections in the SARFT. Have they gone to settle it? Yes, but there's no news yet. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and looked at her brother. Ace, let's go over and ask about the situation. Qin Zhe nodded. To poach Li Wei, the company had paid a large sum for the breach of contract. If she was banned, it would be a huge loss. The siblings knocked on Li Wei's office door. Li Wei and her manager were on the phone, looking for connections everywhere to ask about the situation. They wanted to use their own connections to try and settle this matter. On Tianfang's side, Nanman Pei had a small number of connections. They knew people in the SARFT, but as to how deep these connections were, they were not clear for the time being. Tianfang's general manager, Zhang Fu, had already contacted them, but the outcome was still unknown. What happened? Qin Bao Bao asked directly. The SARFT wants to ban me. Li Wei's face was filled with anxiety and shame. She was a mature woman, and her every frown and smile had a unique charm. At the beginning of the year, there was a rumor that I was a mistress of a director and was slapped by his wife on the set. I had a quarrel with the netizens on Weibo, Li Wei said. That's it. Qin Zhe was stunned. He did not know about this. Although it was quite a big deal at that time, it's not to the extent of being banned because of this, Qin Bao Bao said. Li Wei's pretty face flashed with embarrassment. Also, in the middle of the year, there was news of a charity being embezzled. In a moment of impulse, I called on the netizens to boycott this charity. Qin Zhe knew about this matter. At that time, all kinds of news had been pushing the news for a few days. Not to mention whether the charity embezzlement was true or not, Li Wei's actions had crossed the line. Which celebrity did not establish their image on Weibo? Very few celebrities dared to butt in on sensitive topics. This was a minefield. It could not be said or done. Although I deleted the Weibo post very quickly, the fan effect caused this matter to fester for a long time. Li Wei looked disheartened. Now I might be punished. Her agent said anxiously, but this kind of thing is not to the extent of being banned. It's not like it's related to pornography. The nature is very light. Why would they ban you? Then what have you received so far? Qin Bao Bao asked. Li Wei and her agent shook their heads. They had connections in the SARFT, but they might not be very powerful. Banning an artist required a set of procedures and the signatures of various leaders. Unless one was in a very high position, it would not be easy to deal with. Give Zhang Fu a call. Qin Zhe instructed his sister. Okay. His sister obediently took out her phone and dialed the number of the general manager, Zhang Fu. After that, she hung up the phone. Her expression did not look good. I got the cold shoulder, she said. Li Wei's face turned pale. Her agent's face was ashen. Qin Bao Bao whispered into her ear, Zhang Fu said you should try to find the big boss. The big boss is Nanman Pei, right? With Sister Man involved, this is not a problem. Qin Zhe said. Li Wei's ears twitched. If Nanman Pei was involved, it would definitely be settled. She was the sister-in-law of a big boss in Shanghai. She had been in Shanghai for so many years, and her connections were very deep and wide. But was it worth it to owe Nanman Pei a favor for Li Wei, who was impossible to have sex with? Qin Zhe noticed Li Wei's watery eyes staring at him. She seemed to want to say something, but she was hesitating. The little pervert's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it was not impossible to have sex with her. As long as he called Sister Man and asked her to settle this matter, he would then smile at her balls and say, "Beautiful girl, how are you going to repay me?" He might be able to have sex with Li Wei, this pretty sister. Sigh, recently, the iron rod has been restless and always has some dirty thoughts. This is not my dream. Qin Zhe pondered and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'll settle it for you." Li Wei's face was full of gratitude. She looked like she wanted to repay him with her body. Chapter 326. Qin Zhe and his sister returned to the office. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and thought about how to deal with it. He was used to biting on a cigarette when he was thinking. If she becomes a band artist, we will lose a lot. Qin Bao wanted to sit on the sofa, but she felt that it was too far away and inconvenient to talk. She sat sideways on her brother's lap, hooked one hand around his neck, and fanned the smoke with the other hand. She frowned and said, "Didn't you investigate carefully before you poached her? As long as she's not involved in pornography, drugs, or betraying the country, everything else is not a problem." Qin Zhe said angrily, "You didn't even ban her for having an affair, but you banned her just because she insulted a charity. I feel that this matter is very fishy. Yuan Fang, Bao, what do you think?" Qin Bao could not stand the smell of cigarettes and put out the cigarette but in the crystal ashtray. Speaking of which, although his sister nagged him not to smoke, she bought a Versace crystal ashtray and put it in the office. Women really did not mean what they said. Although she said she did not want it, her body was very honest. How can there be so many fishy things? She's just unlucky to have met a narrow-minded person who wants to mess with her. Qin Bao twisted her butt and said, "Hey, little red guy, what are you going to do?" To be honest, winter clothes were too thick, and it affected the touch. Qin Zhe thought about it. "I'm asking you a question. If you can't do anything, I'll deal with it myself." His sister bent her white and slender fingers and flicked him on the forehead. "What are you going to do?" Qin Zhe was interested. As long as he was by her side, Qin Bao would turn on the role of an elder sister. If she had something to do, she would do it with her brother. If her brother was not willing, she would cry. Look for Wang Zijin. She has a lot of connections in Shanghai. If not her, who else can I look for? His sister said. Can you even ask? Nonsense, she eats and lives on my money. My brother even washes her clothes. What's wrong with looking for her? Qin Bao said righteously. Qin Zhe, she really is my sister. Qin Zhe thought the same. Looking for Nan Man Pei might not be as effective as looking for Wang Zijin. Shanghai was Nan Man Pei's territory, and Wang Zijin's territory. For Qin Zhe, between asking his friends for help and asking his girlfriend for help, of course, he would choose the latter. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll talk to Sister Ziwei, so that you won't be embarrassed to argue with her in the future, Qin Zhe said. Ace, you're the best. I love you. Qin Bao winked at him and kissed him. Qin Zhe enjoyed it very much. He got up and left the office. Sigh, I really can't be saved. At this time, if his sister owed Sister Ziwei a favor, there wouldn't be so much scheming in the family. However, he instinctively rejected this kind of thing. He didn't want his sister to be unable to fight because she had helped him. Actually, Qin Ma was right. Half of Qin Bao's bad temper was spoiled by her and her husband, and the other half was cultivated by Qin Zhe alone. That was why Qin Bao relied so much on her brother. Unknowingly, the beautiful sister was raised by him. I'm a professional who likes to raise younger brothers. I only charge 998 yuan for my classes. In the bathroom, he checked every cubicle to make sure there was no one. Qin Zhe dialed Wang Zijin's number. Sister Zijin, I miss you so much. I want to kiss you and have sex. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Sister Ziwei slowly shivered. Let's talk like a normal person, Sister Ziwei said. Sister Ziwei, it's like this. An artist under my company is going to be banned by the SARFT. Qin Zhe went straight to the point. I heard it from an insider through a special channel. I didn't want to trouble you with this at first, but that artist is the female lead of a Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. If she's banned, the movie will be taken down immediately. What's the reason? Wang Zijin asked. Sister Ziwei's personality was more upright. If an artist was involved in prostitution or drugs, she wouldn't be willing to help. It's because she criticized a charity on Weibo for corruption. Someone wants to mess with her. They want to mess with her, Qin Zhe said. Oh, then I'll help you ask about the situation. If the situation isn't serious, we'll withdraw. It hasn't been announced anyway. But Wang Zijin said playfully, how will A's repay you, sister? I'll treat you to chicken tonight. Qin Zhe laughed. If it was Qin Bao Bao, she would happily say, A's chicken is the best. But Wang Zijin wasn't Qin Bao Bao. She was called Zijin. No, it was new driver Zijin. Sister Ziwei snorted. Then I'll cook noodles for you tonight. Okay, you eat chicken and I'll eat noodles. Mwah. Mwah. After Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin's relationship was clear, he could say mushy things without pressure. TSK, this phone call was so sweet. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Caller, Su Teddy. What's the matter? Qin Zhe answered the phone. Qin Zhe, come to the company, Su said. I'm just about to settle accounts with you. Now my dad treats you as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Zhe said, yes, I'll come in the afternoon. Come over now. Su Yu hurriedly said, our company was investigated by the CSRC. They froze our account on the grounds of suspected manipulation of the stock market and insider trading. They'll talk to you soon. They want to take me back to the dark room. Qin Zhe was stunned. Baozi investment didn't do anything illegal. Qin Zhe was sure of this. Then why was he targeted for no reason? Thinking of Li Wei being banned because of some trivial matter, it was easy to come to a conclusion. Is someone trying to mess with me? Who did I offend? Damn it, I'm not a big shot. I'm just a salted fish. How did I offend anyone? Why didn't I know anything about it? Don't worry, I told Sister Man about it. She'll help, Su said. Okay, I'll come over first. Qin Zhe hurriedly hung up. He returned to the office, put on his coat, and said to his sister, there's a situation at Baozi Company. I'll go over first. His sister frowned, what's the matter? Qin Zhe said, someone wants to mess with me. I'm going to see what's going on. Don't follow me. Wait for my news at the company, or I'll talk to you when I get home. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and watched him leave. After Qin Zhe came to Baozi, he met two comrades from the CSRC in the conference room. He chatted with them and listened to some warnings. Then the other party left. Qin Zhe and Su Yu sent them downstairs and said, when will my company's account be unblocked? The two comrades said faintly, today is a preliminary interview. The specific situation will be clear after follow-up investigation. Wait first. If you have a clean background, others can't find trouble with you. TSK, the ability of a thief to shout, stop the thief, has been practiced for 68 years. Qin Zhe nodded, okay, then I'll wait for your news. Su Yu gritted her teeth and said, it's too much. If you don't agree with me, you will freeze the account. How can it be like this? There's no evidence to catch a thief and catch an adulterer in bed. I've studied abroad for so many years, and I've never seen such a thing. Xianxia took out a cigarette. The national conditions are different. Suyu said angrily, give me one, too. Xianxia gave her one, just bite it. You can't smoke. I'm depressed. Suyu stubbornly took out the lighter from his pocket, lit it for herself, took a deep breath, and spat it all out. The two stood by the trash can downstairs. One smoked and meditated, and the other frowned. The smoke didn't reach the lungs. Passing by the small white-collar workers, they all looked sideways at the tall and beautiful Suyu. Such a beautiful woman, even smoking is a moving scenery, but in the eyes of male chauvinism, they can't help but feel distressed. Hey, little red man, did you offend someone? Suyu looked at him and pursed her lips. Smoking made her mouth dry. Don't call him little red man. That's not what you call him. Xianxia said. Do you want to call him great God? If it's so shameful, it's better to call him in private. Suyu's eyes were soft. Don't worry about this first. I have something to talk to you about. Xianxia blew a mouthful of smoke at her small face and looked down at her condescendingly. Did you say something to my dad that you shouldn't say? Unfortunately, Suyu is not standing by the wall. Otherwise, Boss Qin would give her a cabotin and a sharp and majestic look. The masochist would confess everything. No, I just talked to your dad casually. Suyu's eyes flashed. You don't admit it, do you believe that I will slap you? Xianxia threatened. Suyu's eyes lit up. Xianxia said, believe it or not, I will ignore you. Suyu immediately compromised and made an aggrieved expression and a pitiful posture. I didn't say anything, really. Xianxia stared at her. She took out her mobile phone from her small pocket, unlocked it, and handed it over. Then look at it yourself. I didn't say anything. Xianxia opened the chat software and looked at her chat history with the old man. Hello uncle, I'm Suyu. It's Suyu. Suyu, please be familiar with me. A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. Uncle, I'm his secretary. I don't know why, my brain is trembling. Suyu guiltily quibbled. I didn't say anything. Do you play games with me every night? Xianxia said angrily. Where is the word game? Was it eaten by you? Suyu said weakly, it's a rounding. What the F***ck are you talking about? Who helped you press the coffin lid of your math teacher? Xianxia raised his hand. Don't hit me. Those who hit women are bastards. Suyu covered her head. Which woman was not afraid of being beaten? She was also afraid, but even if she was afraid, she never thought of escaping from the claws of the little pervert. The palm fell on her head. Xianxia gave her a smiling and touching dog head, and said helplessly, explain it to my dad yourself some other day. Oh. Suyu reluctantly looked aggrieved. Well, when I'm free, I'll take you to my house for dinner, and you can tell my dad yourself. Xianxia added. There was a bright light in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, the ex-husband sat in the office and listened to the report of his #1 follower, Dong. It's all done. To what extent is the boss going to do? Dong said. The ex-husband crossed his hands in front of his chest. Give him a warning first. I'll ask him out to talk in a few days. Dong hesitated. Sister-in-law has urged you several times. When will the boss go back? After all, it will be the new year in a month. This sister-in-law was not Nan Man Pei, but Chao Bing's current wife. After dealing with this matter, Chao Bing's expression was impatient. As he was talking, the phone on the desk rang. The caller, Man. The impatient expression of the ex-husband disappeared immediately and was replaced by a gentle smile. He picked up the phone. Man. Come out and meet me. Man Pei's cold voice came. The ex-husband was overjoyed. Well, see you in the evening. I'll make a reservation immediately. It's your favorite Hunan restaurant. Man Pei, you're mistaken. I'm not here to have dinner with you. I'll come out now. I'll wait for you at the tea house on Yuanhui Road. The ex-husband still wanted to speak, but the voice in his ear had disappeared. She hung up. Chapter 327. In a tea house on Yuanhui Road. Outside the private room, Dong, who was 178 meters tall, had a strong body and sharp eyes. He gave the waiters a lot of pressure. The tea house was very quiet. There seemed to be a faint tea fragrance in the air. Dong's face was very serious. At the same time, he was also a little nervous. When he was 18 years old, he followed Boss and Sister Man. At that time, they were not married. But the brothers knew that Boss was deeply in love with Sister Man. Of course, the ending was very good. But this kind of life only lasted for a year. The next year, Boss and Sister Man divorced. The next year, he married the daughter of a big official in the north. Sister Man also left the north and settled down in Shanghai. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. To be honest, Boss had indeed let Big Sister Man down. Everyone knew that, but they also knew that Boss had always loved Big Sister Man. In Dong's opinion, other than letting Big Sister Man down in this matter, there was nothing wrong with Boss. Boss had courage, ability, and was deeply in love with you. Even if she didn't have a status, she was still the most important person in his heart. Dong cheered for Boss in his heart. In the private room, Man Pei and brother ex-husband sat face to face and drank tea. Didn't people say that you, Chao Bing, are broad-minded? Why are you arguing with a little boy? Man Pei blew on the tea and laughed. No man wants to see another man get close to his woman. Chao Bing said. After a long silence, both of them drank tea patiently. It's said that a good horse does not go back to the old grass. Why are you different from others? In the end, Man Pei was the first to speak. She sighed. If you were a grass, you would be the sweetest in the world. Chao Bing looked at her affectionately. It's almost Chinese New Year. Let's go back. Man Pei sighed. Your son is 6 years old today. Children at this age are always calling for their father. But they are also the most forgetful. After a long time, your son will drift away from you. Don't blame me. Unless you forgive me and we reconcile, I will let that kid go. Chao Bing looked straight into Man Pei's eyes. The response was boiling hot tea splashing directly on his face. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Man Pei seemed to be really angry. Her gentle and virtuous temperament suddenly became fierce and flamboyant. She seemed to have changed into another person. Reunite. So that I can be your mistress in peace. Chao Bing, do you think you're Long Outyin? Long Outyin heard it from Qin Zhe. It was said that he was a top-notch romantic man. He was surrounded by beautiful women and lived in harmony. At that time, Man Pei had sneered and said that this kind of man was seducing shallow women because he was rich. Qin Zhe said, no, Long Outyin's women are all outstanding beauties. There is no difference between them. Man Pei made a mental note of this man's name, Long Outyin. Chao Bing's handsome face twitched, but he wasn't angry. He quietly took out a tissue and wiped his face. Give me 3 more years. Chao Bing gritted his teeth, his cheekbones protruding. 3 years later, I'll divorce her and marry you. Man, after so many years, my feelings for you have never changed. Love is not something you can buy just because you want to. Man Pei said lightly, when you divorced me and hooked up with the golden branch of the Liu family, our relationship was completely broken. You've been living well all these years, and I'm happy to be alone. Why do you keep pestering me? After all, she gave birth to a son for you. Don't let her down. He looked at the woman in front of him who was supposed to be with him for the rest of his life. He didn't get angry from embarrassment, nor did he hate her because of love. He only felt melancholy and annoyance. But I can't let you go, really. Chao Bing said, you said that I'm uncultured, but I've changed. All these years, I've worked hard to become a cultured person. I even took the Peking University diploma. I've read many books over the years, and there's a sentence that left a deep impression on me. It's enough for a man to have an unforgettable woman in his life. He loved her, so he took the Peking University diploma for her. She felt that if this spread out, it would become a trending term on the internet. Man Pei shook her head. She felt so tired. But I can't have children. You chose to leave me, a hen that can't lay eggs. Now you have an egg in your pocket, and you're back with me. Chao Bing, do you think it's possible? Although so many years had passed, Man Pei still felt a little sad when this topic was brought up. Infertility was the cruelest thing for a woman. My son is very obedient. You'll definitely like him. Chao Bing said. Don't say such impossible things. I'm looking for you today because I don't want to fall out with you. You've cleared your name, and I'm not as angry as before. Let's sit down and talk. Man Pei twirled the teacup with her fingers. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to find trouble, then let him go. Come at me. Although I don't have a good relationship with my brother-in-law, I'm still his sister-in-law. I'll bring Ziki and Dong Lai to the Li family. You don't have to stay in Shanghai anymore. The northern side is your territory. But my father has a few friends there. I'll be thick-skinned and beg them. I'm sure they'll be willing to find some entertainment for you. Man Pei crushed the porcelain teacup. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. For the first time, he felt resentment. You care so much about this kid. Speak of the devil. Man Pei's phone rang. The caller was Qin Zhe. Good. Let's talk things out. Man Pei answered the phone and put it on speaker. Sister Man, you might not believe me, but I suspect that your ex-husband is trying to mess with me. Qin Zhe's voice sounded. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes. Man Pei chuckled. Your reaction is fast. That's true. Qin Zhe was silent for 3 seconds. I don't care. You'll settle this for me. You said it yourself. This is Sister Man's fault. Don't worry, leave it to me. Man Pei apologized. I knew Sister Man was the most considerate. I'll go to your house some other day and cook a good meal to thank you. Qin Zhe smiled. There's no need for another day. Let's do it today. Dong Lai has been wild recently. Come over and help me discipline him. Man Pei said gently. Okay. Qin Zhe's voice was light and cheerful now that he had lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. His man's tone was so gentle. She took the initiative to invite him to her house. Chao Bing and Man Pei grew up together, so he knew her character best. Maybe this man called Qin Zhe did not enter her heart, but it was undeniable that Man Pei treated him differently from ordinary people. She even valued him more than ordinary friends. If this man was not eliminated, he would become a big problem. After becoming a cultured person, Chao Bing, who had read a few novels, couldn't help but think of this sentence. Xianxia, if you're a man, do you dare to play with me? Xiao Bing sneered. Nan Man Pei frowned. There was silence on the other side of the phone. After a while. Oh, brother ex-husband is here too. Nan Man Pei said softly, find him and talk to him. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Xianxia sighed. Brother ex-husband, sister man and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand. We're all businessmen. Harmony breeds wealth. You blocked my company's account and blocked my artists. You've gone too far. Let's sit down and talk. I'll give you 5% of the shares. How about we shake hands and make peace? This young man seemed to be softer than expected. But from a businessman's point of view, Xiao Bing admired his attitude. Only such a person could make his business bigger. Xiao Bing said, Xianxia, do you know how animals compete for the right to mate? Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. Xianxia was speechless. F***ck, brother ex-husband, are you going to talk about something forbidden? I'm young. Can you take back what you said just now? Xiao Bing continued, in the animal kingdom, the right to mate is a very important right, second only to territory. Male animals have to pay the price of blood and life. Only the winner can enjoy the right to mate. The survival of the fittest can also be explained here. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, I think I understand what you mean. I've stepped into your forbidden zone, right? So you have to show your claws and fight with me, regardless of whether Sister Man and I are really having an affair. Xiao Bing sneered. You can understand it that way. Why bother? I'm just a salted fish. How can I be worthy of such a big fight? Suddenly, a suppressed voice came from the other side of the phone. F***ck, system, why are you joining in the fun? Don't give me a mission at this time. System, are you stupid? Xiao Bing. Nan Man Pei blinked. Is it because I, Xianxia, can't lift a knife, or is your brother ex-husband too flirtatious? Xianxia's style suddenly changed. Okay, you want to play? I'll play with you. Sister man, don't interfere in this matter. Nan Man Pei was stunned. Xiao Bing snorted. Very good, I was waiting for you to say that. Ah, brother ex-husband, what do you think of sister man? Xianxia asked abruptly. Xiao Bing glanced at her. What do you want to say? 2 sentences, Xianxia said. Cute, I want to F***ck you. You want to F***ck me. You're welcome to F***ck me. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. The veins on Xiao Bing's forehead throbbed. Somehow, it became a declaration of war between the two men. Pei Nan Man was confused, but since the conversation had already reached this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. She looked at Xiao Bing deeply, stood up silently, and walked out of the room. Xiao Bing sat there with a gloomy face. When the door opened, Dong saw Nan Man Pei with a frosty face. He turned his head and saw Ba sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. He knew this conversation had ended unhappily. Sister man, boss really wants to reconcile with you. Nan Man Pei ignored him and walked straight. Dong followed a few steps and said, Sister man, after all these years, you are too heartless. Nan Man Pei turned around and kicked him. The 1.8-meter burly man was kicked a few meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground and curled up into a ball to complain. Back in her Maserati, Nan Man Pei turned around and dialed Xianxia's number. Can you do it? You'll know if I can or can't. From your tone, it sounds like you're blaming me. Nan Man Pei sneered. I said that if Xiao Bing wants to play tricks, I'll deal with it. You have to stretch your neck and get closer. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the other salted fish. Xianxia sighed. Sister man, now that I think about it, you've been wanting to teach your ex-husband a lesson for a long time, haven't you? You want to use me as a pawn and test my limits. Nan Man Pei was silent and didn't deny it. I've been hanging out with people like you for a long time. I'm really done for. I'm tired of being pestered by him. After today, I plan to uproot his influence in Shanghai. Out of sight, out of mind, Nan Man Pei said softly. I gave you a chance to retreat. But you gave someone an opportunity to stir up trouble. Now, I can't retreat even if I want to. I don't understand, Nan Man Pei said. Keep your backup plans. I'll play with your ex-husband. If I don't kneel down, you'll come out and clean up the mess. If I win, TSK, how are you going to thank me? Nan Man Pei smiled charmingly. Cute. You want to *CK me? Xianxia, Nan Man Pei, you're welcome to do it. Xianxia. Chapter 328. Xianxia chuckled dryly, don't take my words seriously, I'm just trying to piss off your ex-husband. Sister man, I'm hanging up. I'm going to find my friends. By the way, send me a copy of your ex-husband's information. The more detailed, the better. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call. Xianxia didn't think he was a troublemaker. At most, he would show off in front of his sisters. It didn't make sense for him to offend anyone. How could a salted fish make enemies everywhere? It didn't make sense at all. After thinking about it, only Nan Man Pei's ex-husband had the motive to make trouble for him. At first, he didn't think of it because he and Nan Man Pei really didn't have an affair. But perhaps in his ex-husband's eyes, that lunch was so cold that he hated him. Male animals would often pay the price of blood and life for the right to mate. *CK, it was simply a saying. Since ancient times, whether it was humans or animals, it was just three things: food, clothing, warmth, and sex. Therefore, it was reasonable for his ex-husband to think that he was an enemy invading his territory. If there was a man who was close to my sister and often came over to cook for my sister, then there was no need to say anything. Even my salted fish's big knife would be unable to endure the thirst. After thinking about it for a long time, he was almost clear about it. Sister man probably wanted to fall out with him for a long time. TSK, he didn't know what kind of grudges they had. Coincidentally, he accidentally entered the battle circle. Sister man was very curious and always wanted to find out more about salted fish say, so she pushed him out. Seeing that she didn't use him as a tool in the end, Xianxia didn't care. He also wanted to ride on Sister man's coattails. He took advantage of Nan Man Pei and the establishment of Baozi Company and the transfer of shares of Tianfang Film and Television. She was very loyal, wasn't she? But after being bullied, he turned on his salted fish mode and talked nicely, but the other party still didn't let him go. A salted fish also had anger. At this time, the system popped out. Just as he was on the phone, the system issued a mission, ding. A real man shouldn't be afraid. Just do it. Please fight back against Chao Bing and make him admit his mistake. Success will reward 2,000 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. He felt that the system's voice was very light when issuing missions. 2,000 points was almost all of his savings. Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei sent Chao Bing's background information to his mailbox. Chao Bing, 32 years old, was a famous entrepreneur in the north. When he was young, he was a disciple of a big shot and married the big shot's daughter. Later, he became Qin Shimi and married the daughter of a high official. Although he was clean, he still had some gray businesses. On the surface, there were 3 listed companies and several other industries. It seemed that he was not a big shot that Xianxia could afford to offend. Since that was the case, he could only summon his companions. It's decided to be you, Xiao Taizhu. Brother Xiao, have you been busy recently? Qin Zhe asked with a smile. I'm just waiting to die. Xiao Taizhu laughed. Why did you call me? The company ran into some trouble today. Someone was looking for trouble and froze my company's account. Brother Xiao, do you know Chao Bing? Which Chao Bing? It's from the north. Xiao Taizhu thought for a long time. I don't know him. Did he offend you? Then I'll send you the information. Help me think about it. Without hanging up, Qin Zhe packaged the email Nan Man Pei sent him and forwarded it to Xiao Taizhu. There was silence on the other side. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Taizhu said, he's not a tough one, but not too troublesome either. Actually, it's better for you to ask Zijin for help. The Wang family is more powerful than the Zhao family. Sister Ziwei and the Wang family are in a cold war. How can I help? Qin Zhe said gloomily. All right then. We're in the same boat after all. I took a look just now. There are 3 listed companies. The composition of the companies is very complicated and involves a lot of areas. However, the gray areas of the industries are not a problem. It's fine even if they cry for their parents. Thanks. Qin Zhe smiled gently. This was the advantage of being tied to a big shot. When the interests were the same, many things could be solved by just mentioning it. At the end of the month, he would give Brother Taizhu an extra drumstick and more money. Then, he would not betray him about the text message. Sister Ziwei's back door was very useful. After returning home from work, Qin Bao couldn't wait to ask him what was going on. Why were they being targeted for no reason? Qin Bao cared more about her brother's matters than she did about herself. The only son of the Qin family was finally not a salted fish anymore. She didn't want him to be strangled in the cradle. Qin Zhe explained the matter in detail. His sister's eyes were immediately filled with resentment. Are you also having an affair with Nan Man Pei? Impossible. Sister Man is my friend. We're not just friends in business. Since we're friends, it's inevitable that we'll get hurt. Otherwise, friends wouldn't take the hit for you, right? You're right, but I don't want to hear it. Go to hell, you black-hearted maggot. His sister lay on the sofa and gave him a kick. Thus, Qin Zhe pressed his sister down on the sofa and rubbed against her fiercely. Not only did her slippers fall off, but her belly button was also exposed. Satisfied, Qin Zhe went into the kitchen to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner. Qin Bao was left lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her chest was heaving up and down. The lock clicked. Wang Zijin came back from work. She changed into her slippers and glanced at her best friend who was like a dead fish. What's wrong? Did the devil enter the village? Qin Bao was lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her hair was messy. One of her trousers was rolled up and the other was wrapped around her foot. Her lace shirt was crumpled and lifted up to her belly button, revealing her soft and curvy belly. Qin Bao sobbed. A's bullied me again. I want to buy a house. I want to move out. Wang Zijin was overjoyed. Okay, I'll support you. I'll support you from 365 degrees without any blind spots. Qin Bao sat up and pulled her clothes. With a straight face, she said, I'm joking. She kicked her best friend's butt. Go to the kitchen and wash the vegetables. I'm hungry. Wang Zijin bent forward and chopped Qin Bao's head with a knife. She took revenge and then fled into the kitchen. Wang Zijin closed the kitchen door. She didn't close it properly. If she closed it properly, the little b** tch outside would be suspicious and might come in. If she didn't close it properly, it would be fine. This was called a mixture of deception and truth. Wang Zijin knew that Qin Zhe would definitely take advantage of her. Sure enough, Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin and kissed for 3 minutes. Sister Ziwei was gasping for breath. Stop it. Your sister is outside. Wang Zijin pushed Qin Zhe's chest with both hands. Chao Bing wants to deal with you. How do you know? Qin Zhe was shocked. Taizhu told me, Wang Zijin said, and I asked him to investigate. Chao Bing is Nan Man Pei's ex-husband, right? Yes. It's not good or bad to act on impulse. It's good for a man to be calm, but he can't lose his temper. Wang Zijin blinked. As long as you and Nan Man Pei don't have an affair, I'll support you. If I say that I'm friends with Sister Man, will you say, you're right, but I don't want to listen? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. In fact, without the system's mission, he would definitely back off. If Sister Man wanted to teach her ex-husband a lesson, he would at most help her. He wouldn't be in a let go of your ex-husband and let me do it state. How do you know? Wang Zijin was taken aback. She pouted her lips. Do you understand me so well? Then. She felt that she was a little scheming. Would it make him unhappy? Because Qin Bao Bao said the same thing. She's like a mother, watching over me, Qin Zhe said. If that was the case, Wang Zijin was relieved. It was just like the mentality of everyone is scheming. As for her best friend's perverted desire to control her younger brother, it was actually a manifestation of her lack of security. Wang Zijin could see it. If a man with a net worth of 2 to 3 billion couldn't hold back his restless heart, who could stop him? However, Qin Zhe had always been a salted fish. Like other men, he might have messy thoughts, but he wouldn't be like other men, indulging in sensual pleasures. He was young and promising enough to beat those so-called top 10 outstanding youths, but he had been a salted fish for 23 years. Before her, he didn't even have a decent girlfriend. It was unbelievable. This perseverance, or rather, stubbornness, was what Wang Zijin admired most about him. Ace, let me tell you something. Wang Zijin murmured in a low voice, actually, I'm your fan. Qin Zhe hugged her slender waist tightly and whispered in her ear, Sister Ziwei, I want to become your fan. Wang Zijin slapped him lightly on the head and said, Go cook, idiot. Hey, the salted fish was flirting again. Speaking of which, other than the first day when he took the initiative to come in and take her away, he didn't do anything like that again. Sister Ziwei was in a dilemma. She was relieved and disappointed. After 3 peaceful days, the investment company's account was unfrozen on the 2nd day. It was Xiao Tieju's doing. Li Wei's band didn't come either. It was Wang Zijin's doing. Wang Zijin didn't need to ask her father for help. She had stayed in Shanghai for 3 years and visited her father's uncles. Who didn't know the little princess of the Wang family? But yesterday, she received a call from Nan Man Pei and learned from her that her ex-husband had rushed back to the north to deal with some matters. I heard that most of the gray industries in the north were closed within a day. TSK, he's probably in a terrible fix now. Qin Zhe, how did you do it? Nan Man Pei was surprised. My power is beyond your imagination, Qin Zhe replied. Your business doesn't overlap. If he wants to mess with you, he can only do it through the government. But in Shanghai, we have the power. It's just like the old saying that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, Nan Man Pei said, be careful. He suffered a big loss and will definitely have a backup plan. You mean he will play dirty? I won't rule it out. Of course, this matter wasn't over. He had to stand firm until his ex-husband gave in. Otherwise, the mission wouldn't be completed. Even if his ex-husband wanted to stop, he wouldn't be willing. Then, Xianxia waited for a few days. He was prepared to deal with whatever came his way. However, he didn't see his ex-husband's big move. But today, as the year was approaching, something happened in the stock market. Chapter 329. As usual, Xianxia turned on the computer and looked at the stock market. The charming sister was sitting on salted fish Say's lap, and the sofa was 6 or 7 meters away. It was difficult to talk from such a distance. Therefore, the sister considerately gave her seat to her brother and sat on his lap. The sister liked this sitting position. Not only could she admire salted fish's serious work, but she could also occasionally tease him. Everyone knew that the two CEOs of the Qin family used the same office and worked together to build a thriving entertainment company. Thinking about the scene of the Qin siblings working hard, how touching and inspirational it was. But if someone pushed open the office door, they would find that the siblings' struggle. It didn't exist. This scene should be called the siblings' shameless daily work, or the sister sits on the brother's lap while the brother works without batting an eyelid. Anyway, no matter what, it would be over if word got out. What are we eating for lunch? Qin Bao didn't know anything about stocks and wasn't interested. Anyway, she wasn't the kind of person who would hang an awl over her head for work and study. Otherwise, with her sister's intelligence, her education level would be higher. For example, she could get a PhD or a postdoc. She felt that it would be terrifying if her sister became a postdoc. Chicken, Xianxia said subconsciously. The chicken outside isn't as delicious as yours. Qin Bao shook her but in protest. Up to you. You can eat whatever you want. Xianxia focused on his stock market and said perfunctorily. I'll eat you. Qin Bao gritted her teeth. Go ahead. You can eat any part. Xianxia didn't care. The sister leaned over to his ear, stuck out her pink tongue, and licked his earlobe. She smacked it. Tasteless. You're a fake salted fish. Xianxia, you'd better call me little red guy or black-hearted maggot. I can accept these two more. Wait, who gave me the name salted fish? When did I get the nickname of salted fish? Thinking back, my titles were fast shooter, little red guy, black-hearted maggot, and now there's another, salted fish. Why are my titles so low? Flips table. Thus, Xianxia poked his sister's waist, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. Her face was buried in his neck, and her warm breath blew out. Xianxia felt goosebumps all over his body. That's right, his neck was his sensitive spot. Sob, 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 I'll hit your chest with my little fists. Baby Qin hit him a few times. Xianxia was about to teach the monster a lesson when he glanced at the computer and was stunned. He pounced in front of the computer, but he did not control the distance. His sister, who was on his thigh, hit the edge of the table. His sister was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. Don't you know how to dote on your sister at all? Qin Bao pulled his ear. But Xianxia didn't seem to notice as he stared at the computer. What's wrong? Qin Bao turned to look at the computer. On the screen, the originally red and rising stock market had turned into the color of grass. The previous index stopped at 49.05. 81, falling by 2%. Why did it fall today? Qin Bao had an adorable expression on her face. Xianxia was not in the mood to explain to his sister. His brain was in high gear. His sister was an outsider and didn't understand what this number meant, but he knew. The stock market, which was still popular just now, rose by 1.2%. About half an hour later, it fell by 3%. This was a little scary. It meant that within half an hour, many stocks had reached the limit down, and more stocks had started to fall. Damn! This was not scientific. Xianxia pushed his sister's big but away and quickly clicked on the stocks one by one. As expected, many popular stocks had fallen sharply half an hour ago. Their trend was very low, and it seemed like they would never be able to raise their heads again. This was very bad. It was very bad for men to not be able to rise again. It was even worse for stocks to not rise again. Not long after, at 11:30 noon, the stock market was closed. The index recovered slightly and fell by 1.8%. Xianxia put on his coat and left. He was going to Bao's company. "Don't you want to have lunch before you leave?" Bao called him. "No, you can eat by yourself. Don't eat chicken." Xianxia warned his sister and left. His sister said, "Oh," and cancelled the chicken stewed with mushrooms in the takeout app. She found a new noodle restaurant, pouted, and looked at the menu carefully. If she didn't eat chicken, she would eat noodles. Xianxia rushed to Bao's investment company and held a meeting directly. There were a total of 18 department managers, group leaders, and Vice President Su Yu and himself. Now there were more than 40 employees in the company. "What do you think?" Xianxia looked around at the crowd. All the department managers were silent. The sudden plunge made everyone a little overwhelmed. All the people present were veterans in this industry, but the stock market changed rapidly, and experience alone was not reliable. Today's stock market fell particularly bad. Yes, when I came back from the toilet, the stock market plummeted. I thought I went to the toilet in the wrong position. Maybe the banker is selling. What kind of banker can pull down the stock market by 2% in one breath? The banker may be a part of it. Judging from the trading volume, many individual investors have oversold their positions. They are all playing with leverage. The managers talked at once, and the group leaders occasionally interjected. Bao's investment company was not large, but its funds were particularly strong, enough to make some small financial institutions ashamed. With the chairman of the stock market, the managers did not panic at all and were very calm. Xianxia looked at Su Yu again. "Vice President Su, what do you think?" "Su Yu, Boss Qin, there must be something wrong with this matter." "Xianxia, I think so too." In the end, they decided to wait and see. The old shareholders knew that it was taboo to chase high and sell low. Of course, they would not sell their stocks because of a temporary plunge. Maybe they were destroying the bubble stock. After this, the stock market was even more healthy. Maybe it would rise back in the afternoon. Then, at 1:00 in the afternoon, the market opened. The index came out of the crooked wavy line. The trading volume was in and out very violently and lasted for a few hours. When it closed, it was weak and fell in an arc, falling 3.21%. On this day, Bao's investment company lost more than 5 million yuan. Xianxia, Su Yu, the stock market, his heart hurt. "It's okay, it will rise back tomorrow. I think we can buy the bottom. Let's wait and see for a few days." What a unique way to fall. I feel that the stock market has floated, damn it. The managers of Bao's investment company talked with relaxed expressions. At most, they complained that the bonus at the end of the month might decline. They were still optimistic about the stock market. But the next day, Thursday, the stock market opened. The opening was still down, and the index was green. From 9 to 11:30 in the morning, it came out of the fluctuating electrocardiogram until the market was closed. When the market opened in the afternoon, there were individual investors buying the bottom. The index was firm for a few minutes and barely saw red, but it quickly turned down. It began to plummet. At 3:00, the index plunged by 5%, and at least 100 stocks fell to the limit. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped. Without looking at the company's account, he calculated that he had lost more than 8 million yuan in a few days. what's the situation? This fall is without warning. I have been abroad for so many years, and I have never seen such an inexplicable plunge. This is not scientific. Suyu was at a loss. Ace, what do you think? The national conditions are different. The foreign stock market is called investment. In China, it's called stock speculation. The word speculation explains everything. Qianxia scratched his head. Then, what do I think? What can I think? I'm also confused. If the system was more powerful and could predict the future, Qianxia could confidently say, full stock, by the bottom. Or, cut off the meat and throw it all away. But his stock speculation level was achieved by using skill books, plus his own efforts. Although he was awesome, he belonged to the category of human, not a cheat. At this time, it was very painful. The stock market had collapsed like this. If he didn't throw it away, it would fall to the limit tomorrow. If he threw it away, what if it rose tomorrow? System, help me, I'm a little nervous. Qianxia said. Calm down, you don't have the calmness of other protagonists. The system said. Who told you that I'm the protagonist? Everyone who has a system is the protagonist. But if this system is you, I'm very skeptical. Qianxia said, didn't you upgrade? Did your computing power improve? Help me calculate whether the stock market will fall tomorrow. Calculation is not equal to fortune telling, host, I don't think so. I think it's okay. You can calculate the data. As long as the data is large enough, through calculation, it can reach a level similar to fortune telling. Who told you that the stock market in this country can be calculated through data? Qianxia, my fault, I shouldn't have pinned my hopes on you. What a painful realization. Wait until tomorrow. Qianxia gritted his teeth. Suyu nodded, looking sad, and then leaned her head on Qianxia's shoulder. With the right time and place, Suyu strengthened her intimacy level. She couldn't let go of this opportunity. If the stock market fell tomorrow, she would consider crying a little, and then throw herself into Qianxia's arms like a swallow in the forest. After work, the employees came back silently. The atmosphere was heavy. Not only did the company suffer heavy losses, but they also suffered heavy losses. Qianxia went home with a heavy heart. He ignored his sister's coquettishness, and even brushed off Wang Zijin's shy kiss. Friday. In the morning, the index fell by 3%. Compared to yesterday, it was another strong rise. But half an hour after the market opened, the index fell by 6%, and hundreds of stocks fell. In the office, Qianxia dialed Zhao Tizhu's number. Hello, what's the matter? I'm busy. Brother Tizhu's voice was a little out of breath. What did you mean when you called me last time? Qianxia said in a low voice. When? Ho. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm exercising and I'm exhausted. Brother Taizhu said. That time when we went fishing, Qianxia said. Oh, just chatting. Nothing interesting. Brother Tizhu's breathing became heavier, and a woman's scream could be faintly heard. I'm dying. Okay, I'm going to exercise for a few more minutes. Bye. Zhao Taizhu said and hung up quickly. Qianxia threw his phone, rushed to the stock department, and shouted, liquidate all stocks. Liquidate stocks. Everyone was stunned. Li Linfeng said, President Qin, we can't liquidate stocks. Qianxia was shocked. He pushed the trader aside and took a closer look. Except for 2 stocks that fell by 6%, the rest, all fell to the limit. This day was called Black Friday. Thousands of stocks fell to the limit. The index changed its rising trend and fell from 5,100 points. In 3 days, it fell by a few hundred points. It was the first time in the history of the bull market that it was so tragic. There was no warning or warning. One moment, it was rising, and the next moment, it fell to the ceiling. After the market closed on Friday, the internet exploded. No one expected it. No one thought it would happen. Not only the shareholders, but also some financial institutions were dumbfounded. Chapter 330. The stock market started to warm up at the beginning of the year and slowly climbed until the middle of the year. The news of the stock market's arrival spread all over the country, and then it kept going up crazily. Until today, it had never fallen so badly. In the past half a year or so, many people were like Xianxia, becoming rich overnight. It was a true reversal of fortune, a true reversal of fortune. But in the past 3 days, many people had lost a lot of money. Over the weekend, the internet was in an uproar. F***ck, who can tell me what happened? Is the weather going to change? Is the stock market still okay? Please tell me. My WeChat moments have been flooded with stock market news these days. Many people have lost a lot of money, but I'm not happy at all because I also lost money. Ha ha ha, I also lost money, but I feel inexplicably happy. Seeing a group of people like me, I feel better. I still have tens of thousands of shares in my hands. Should I sell them next week? What should I do? What should I do? This plunge did not cause too much panic, but it was enough to make people feel pain. On forums, Weibo, Weibo, and other major social media platforms, there were discussions about the stock market. Many of them were playful. All kinds of posts were accompanied by funny pictures, such as a picture of a certain old man waving his hand. In the past, there was a caption, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Now it was like this, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Another example, in the past, the dog ate whatever I ate. Now, I eat whatever the dog eats. Wait. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was popular. He was infuriated, inexplicably so. Because someone posted a small video on the internet. Yes, it was the video of his lecture at the University of Finance and Economics. It was just a short video, the part where Xianxia promoted stocks for everyone. In the video, Xianxia wrote 10 stocks on the blackboard. As the famous god of stocks, everyone should have focused their attention on the stocks, but they didn't. After they heard the god of stocks say a few words, they couldn't stay calm anymore. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. No one knows what will happen after a long time. Xianxia said so in the video. He had been lecturing at the University of Finance and Economics for 13 or 14 days, which was about half a month. The timing was just right. The video went viral on the internet. Taking advantage of the stock market boom, it crushed countless national goddesses and little fresh meats gossip news. On Saturday night, it topped the trending list. After the Black Donkey Technologies godly prediction, he made another godly prediction. Xianxia's Weibo exploded instantly. Quick shooter, no, god of stocks, did you have a premonition? Stock god, do you think the bull market is over? Although I don't invest in stocks, I'm still here. I'll give you 666. F***ck, stock god, say something. Is the bull market over or not? It's urgent. We lost hundreds of thousands of yuan in the stock market. Tell me, is there any hope for the stock market to recover? Since Xianxia did not respond, the netizens were very anxious. Some people began to scold him, saying that he was manipulating things behind the scenes, or that he had run out of ideas, and that he was probably crying at home because of the loss of blood. These were probably the individual investors in the heavy warehouse, and they were about to collapse. Ace, many people on your Weibo are scolding you. Why don't you talk to them? Qin Bao Bao was also anxious and frowned. Her face was white and tender, but her eyebrows were thick and dark, which made her look especially beautiful and spirited. At this time, at home, the young lady from the Wang family was sitting on his left, and his sister was sitting on his right. Wang Zijin said, "What are you talking about?" "Say that the stock market is collapsing and that everyone should run. Do you believe that your brother will be caught and thrown into a dark room?" Uncultured wastrel. She suddenly realized that recently, her sisters had been pinching each other for no reason. They had completely lost the love between best friends. "If you're cultured, then do you think the stock market will rise on Monday?" Qin Bao Bao retorted. "How would I know?" Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. "Oh, uncultured wastrel." Qin Bao Bao was sharp-tongued. At this time, the phone rang. It was Grandpa Shin. "Ace, how's the company?" Grandpa Shin's voice was steady. "It's a big loss." Qin Zai sighed. "Be careful. The internet said that it's a good opportunity to buy at the bottom, but I think it's far from the bottom. I suggest you cut it first." She didn't know why, but she felt that the old man's voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Bao Bao snatched the phone and cried, "Dad, it's a big loss. 5 million on the first day, 8 million on the second day, and more than 10 million on the third day." As she spoke, her sister's eyes glistened with tears. Losing more than 20 million in 3 days, ordinary people would have to line up to see them on the rooftop. Qin Bao Bao's heart was aching, but she did not dare to cry in front of her brother, for fear of pressuring him. "Don't cry, don't cry. How old are you? You're crying after losing some money." Grandpa Shin comforted her and wondered, "You don't have to cry like this when your brother is losing money." The crying stopped abruptly. His sister's big teary eyes turned. "You're so annoying. I have shares in it too." Boo-hoo, she found a new reason and continued to cry. Qin Zai thought, "Fortunately, I didn't lose money from my wife. Otherwise, how would my sister answer? You're so annoying. Because A's wife is my money." Was that an answer? He was done for. Qin Bao Bao did not want to cry in front of her brother, but she had no pressure to cry in front of her father. Hence, the phone call turned into Grandpa Shin comforting his precious daughter. Oh no, Grandpa Shin had forgotten why he called his son. "What are you going to do?" Wang Zijin was paying attention to this matter instead of watching TV. She knew that Qin Zai's investment company was his main source of funds. Escape first, then think about making a big move. Qin Zai smiled bitterly. "Actually, Iron Pillar has already hinted to me." His words were vague and vague. "It's my fault. I didn't react in time." His words were sharp. "If I wasn't in the business world, I wouldn't have been able to react in time." Iron Pillar's words were terrifying when he thought about it now. When fishing, one has to reel in the net. But this time, it seems that we've gone overboard. I thought about it. Actually, that hand started to control the risk last month and removed a lot of leverage intermittently. However, the market was crazy beyond imagination. The stock market this time was not healthy to begin with. Bubbles were popped one after another. The 3 consecutive days of plunging were because there were too many people playing with leverage. Their positions were overloaded. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao looked at each other, their faces full of worry. Although they believed in their brothers' boyfriends' ability, there was a saying that went, "If you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet." Just like this time, they lost more than 20 million in 3 days. An ordinary small company could declare bankruptcy. At night, the stock market plunge was reported on the news. For example, CCTV mentioned that the stock market had plunged and the market value had dropped by more than 10 billion renminbi. But the experts said that the bull market was still looking good. They hoped the public would not panic. On the financial channel, an expert said, "The rise and fall of the stock market has always been normal." Friday's plunge had made many people panic. It was because of this panic that the stock market had plunged for 3 consecutive days. The bull market came with a vengeance. Seeing that there was profit to be made, the masses flocked in. However, 80% of the individual investors did not have their own opinions. They were used to following the crowd, just like how 3 people make a tiger. Friday's plunge not only removed some of the bubble stocks, but it also made some fence-sitters leave the market. The stock market will be in a healthier state. Although everyone mocked the unreliable people these days, when an authoritative figure jumped out to maintain stability, in a situation where they were out of their wits, the individual investors were like children who had left home and found their mother. Their hearts were at ease. He had been waiting for a long time, but Monday came. That day, the index fell by 6%. Xianxia sold 1/3 of his shares. Tuesday, it fell by 4%. Another 1/3 of his shares escaped. Monday, it fell by 2%. The clearance was successful. Xianxia lay weakly on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his body was hollowed out. Damn, this drop in the volume made him lose about 50 million renminbi. Bow bow, at least the death penalty was not a loss, but the stock market was a blood loss. Suyu weakly lay next to Xianxia and leaned his head on his chest. Oh, this time it's a big loss. Smelling the good smell of the great god, he felt great. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief, logged into Weibo and posted, "Finally escaped." This was posted at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon, the stock market warmed up. Today, it rose by 2%, and the shareholders immediately rejoiced. It's time to buy the bottom. Brothers, follow me. Tomorrow's millionaire will be me. Kill, the big knife to the devil, the banknotes to the stock market, charge. Fortunately, I didn't sell. I praise myself for being quick-witted. 2 managers and 4 team leaders knocked on the door of Chairman Qin's office. Their faces were ugly. Li Linfeng said, "Chairman Qin, we cut a loss." Another manager, "Chairman Qin, 50 million renminbi is really lost in vain." 2 team leaders sighed, "Chairman Qin, let's go back. Now is a good time to buy the bottom." A few minutes ago, the company's employees were privately discussing that Chairman Qin's legend of the stock god was finally broken, and Chairman Qin suffered a big setback. If he had held on for a few more days, he would not have lost so much. Unfortunately, Chairman Qin was too young after all. He was scared and cut the meat. This was good, not only cut the meat, but also sprinkled a handful of pepper. Xianxia looked at Suyu. Suyu sat upright next to him and said, "I will listen to you." At this moment, Suyu felt that his skill of seducing men was pointed, because he saw a strong affection from Xianxia's eyes. Then, the next skill point, Suyu's point was the harem skill. Xianxia thought about it and did not answer the eager expectations of his subordinates. He turned on his mobile phone and clicked on Weibo. The content of the first dozens of posts on Weibo, "The stock god also cut the meat. What the hell, the stock market just warmed up, is it still not enough? I was scared to cut it quickly. Oh my god, is the bull market really over?" Then, it became like this, "Bullshit stock god. Damn it, I just cut the meat, and the stock market warmed up. It's so red that my heart hurts, liver hurts, and lungs hurts, damn it. Stock god. What the hell stock god, does this face hurt? I feel like I'm going to be in the headlines again." The stock god Xianxia cut the meat painfully, and the stock market suddenly became popular. Ahahaha, it's so interesting. Hey, I know I shouldn't be superstitious. There is no God, the stock God signboard is ruined. Still not deleting Weibo. Waiting for more people to slap your face. Am I going to be on the hot search again? Last time, it was praising 666, this time it was mocking and slapping the face. In the evening, there will definitely be such information. The legend of the stock god is broken, the fall of the stock god. Just a lucky man. Xianxia exited Weibo, looked at his subordinates, and smiled. Next, we are going to play big. Are we going to fight back? Everyone's eyes lit up. No, I'm going to short it, but before that, I'll make a phone call first. Xianxia was full of pressure. Xianxia watched the stock market get hot, watched the whole people speculate in stocks, and now, he wants to watch the stock market collapse. His subordinates looked frightened. Chapter 331. Short. A feeling of panic rose in the hearts of Li Linfeng and the others. Then, in their minds, the word short turned into seeking death. After the stock market recovered, after the individual investors vowed to buy at the bottom, and the bull market still didn't come to an end, Xianxia said that he wanted to short the stock market. Did he not know how to spell the word death? I've made too much money, and I want to seek death. Was this the mentality? Boss Qin. Could it be that he lost his mind? Boss Qin, you can't play like this. Boss Qin, it's not good to seek death like this. Boss Qin, it's too risky to short. Even if you're not optimistic about the stock market, I suggest you wait and see for a while. The subordinates panicked, really panicked. They came in from the beginning of Baozi investment and watched it grow step by step. They worked hard together and couldn't bear to see it destroyed. Xianxia waved his hand and listened to the phone attentively. Everyone was helpless and had to look at Suyu for help. Except for Boss Qin, Suyu was the second in command of the company, and her words carried more weight. Suyu said lightly, I'll listen to Boss Qin. Boss Su today, was particularly flirtatious. No, today's Boss Su had lost his mind. The subordinates' hearts were in despair. Sister man, what's the situation with brother ex-husband? Is he in the north or Shanghai? Xianxia called Nan Man Pei. In the north, what's wrong? I just want to ask if he has any thoughts of admitting his mistake. I don't understand what you mean. Oh, then I understand. Xianxia hummed and said, Sister man, next, watch my performance. Before that, I hope you can send him my mobile phone number, I think he will need it. After that, he didn't explain, leaving Nan Man Pei confused. He hung up the phone. Xianxia was ready to make a big move on brother ex-husband. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. He wanted to force brother ex-husband to bow to the big boss in front of him. If it weren't for the stock market crash, he might have had to pay a high price to make his ex-husband bow his head. 3 listed companies. I will let your share prices fall to the bottom of the drain and let you suffer losses. Let's see if you will lower your head. Most listed companies will mortgage their shares for loans. Once the share prices collapse, the banks will call for repayment. At that time, her ex-husband could only cry and admit his mistake to her. The news that Chairman Qin was going to short the stocks quickly spread throughout the company. The employees felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that they were done for. Could it be that after the reputation of the stock god was ruined, Chairman Qin took things too hard and ran further and further on the road to death? The employees felt that a storm was brewing and were prepared for the worst if the company went bankrupt and left. Shorting is when you predict that a certain stock will fall in the future, so you sell it at a high price and buy it back at a low price. Practical operation: borrow shares from the broker, sign a contract, and promise to return the corresponding number of shares within a certain time. For example, when a share is 10 yuan, borrow 1,000 shares from the broker and sell them, and get 10,000 yuan in cash. Before the contract expires, buy back 1,000 shares and return them to the broker. At this time, if the share price falls to 8 yuan, spend 8,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and earn 2,000 yuan out of thin air. If the share price rises to 12 yuan, it will cost 12,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and lose 2,000 yuan. The science lesson is over. The key point is the final exam. The subordinates left with ashen faces. Li Linfeng, who was the most senior, opened his mouth and sighed silently. He chose to be silent. Su Yu, we have to make a few more trips these days. If we want to short, we will start from some general void technology stocks, the growth enterprise market, and concept stocks. In addition, there are 3 listed companies. We need to borrow as much as we can. Qin Zhe wrote down the 3 listed companies of his ex-husband on the paper. Chao Bing's company. Su Yu raised her eyebrows. She was Nan Man Pei's best friend. She knew about the feud between Chao Bing and Qin Zhe. That's right. My ex-husband is bullying us. If I don't turn around and stab him in the back, where can I put my face? If he doesn't know how to fight back after being bullied, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? His phone rang and a cute child's voice interrupted him. It was Qian Shishir. Shishir. President Qin, I just saw on the internet. Did you cut it? Qian Shishir's tone was concerned. Yes, I did, Qin Zhe said. Qian Shishir was silent for a moment. After a while, she said, May I ask, how much did you lose? It's not convenient for me to tell you the total loss of the company, but the loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Qin Zhe said. There was another moment of silence. 30 million, it was her quarterly income, and it was under the condition of continuous work. Qian Shishir felt her heart clench. Then do you plan to continue watching? It's not convenient for me to disclose this. All right. As soon as she hung up, Wang Lin called. President Qin, how's the company's loss? The loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Qin Zhe went straight to the point. Although I don't have the right to speak, I think we should wait and see for the time being. When the market stabilizes, we'll enter the market again, Wang Lin suggested from the perspective of a friend. I know what to do. After that Weibo post was posted, he received 7 or 8 calls from celebrities one after another, asking him about his plans or suggesting that he should wait and see. In fact, they just didn't want Qin Zhe to continue using the funds because the product would expire in a week. Even if they lost 30 million, the celebrities still made a lot of money, multiplying it by several times. However, although they were the buyers, according to the rules of private equity, the company had the right to decide how to use the funds and how to invest it. No one else had the right to interfere. There were also people who supported him, such as Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan who were close to him. There were also some singers he wasn't close to. They even called to comfort him and expressed their loyalty. No, trust. These guys are all scared. They are afraid that I will lose everything. Qin Zhe sneered. People are like this. You help them earn millions and tens of millions. They can't wait to be grateful. Once you lose, of course, they will panic. Su Yu said sweetly, but they are not qualified to tell us what to do. We can play as we want. What about you? Aren't you afraid that I will lose everything? You have 6% of the shares of Baozi Company. Qin Zhe laughed. Su Yu wrinkled her nose. Anyway, I have nothing. I only have Baozi's investment. It's better if I lose. You will owe me for a lifetime. Qin Zhe was speechless. Bullshit, we are in a cooperative relationship. If we go bankrupt, we will divide the money and go our own way. No one owes anyone anything, okay? Su bit her lip aggrievedly. Do you want to kick me away? I have fallen out with my family and followed you. How can you be so cruel? Xianxia, listening to these words, it seemed that Xianxia had hooked up with a rich young lady and was going to abandon her. The point is that we are not in a mess yet. Be good, and I will take you to show off and fly, Xianxia said. A week after Black Friday, the stock market went up for 2 days. After that, it pulled out 3-day lines. The plunging index rose by half. Looking at the momentum, it would climb back to the peak of 5,100 in another week. It was expected to set a new high. In these days, Xianxia became the topic of conversation for netizens. There were many jokes on the internet that ridiculed him, such as, stock god fell into the sewer, stock god's IQ plummeted, not as good as individual investors, stock god is a layer of window paper that can be blown away, and so on. Xianxia waited for a week. Finally, today, he informed the traders to start selling shares in batches. First, sell the shares of Hair Pharmaceutical, Shanfu's shares, and Flux Heavy Industry, 2,000 lots each. The traders sold according to his instructions. The 3 companies' plates were not big, with a total of 200,000 lots. It fell like a cliff. The range was not big, but it was very steep. The 3 companies were sluggish for half a day. The individual investors bought in, and the price rose again. The next day, Xianxia sold 6,000 lots, 2,000 each. The stocks of the 3 companies were hit hard, and the trend was low. Under the general rising environment, they walked out of the green color. On the 3rd day, he stopped selling the shares of his ex-husband's 3 listed companies. Instead, he sold other shares. The time was not right, and he also wanted to make money. He sold slowly, and when it rose again, he could make a lot of money. Bao's company had more than $1 billion in capital, and he played with 10 times the leverage. He wanted to play with 20 times the leverage, but recently, the CSRC strengthened the market control, and the people who played with leverage died. No one dared to play with 20 times the leverage with him. During lunch, a few managers of the company gathered together to eat. They were silent, and they were in a bad mood. Li Linfeng chewed the food, but it was like chewing wax. Boss Qin, you will go bankrupt sooner or later if you do this. A manager sighed. By the way, doesn't our company have a major shareholder? Why haven't I seen him? I've already reported it, but Boss Pei doesn't care. He told us to just listen to Boss Qin. The stock market is rising well now. Boss Qin will be in trouble once the contract expires. Sigh, I haven't been eating or sleeping well recently. We haven't been in this company for long, but we've been running it together for so long, and it's getting better and better. I feel uncomfortable now. There was a sigh. Li Linfeng suddenly said, maybe the bull market has really come to an end. Haven't you thought about it? Although the bull market is bubbly, it can last until next year. Old Li, you're thinking too much. After a few drops, the bull market is equivalent to extending its life for a while. Many people thought so too. The individual investors and some small and medium-sized financial institutions thought so. However, some individual investors and financial institutions were so anxious that they were sweating, or rather, their hearts were dead. They played with leverage. The craziness of this bull market could be seen from the stock market. Leveraged funds were everywhere. 10 or 20 times could no longer satisfy the sour pleasure of becoming rich overnight. Some people even played with leverage of 100 times. This bull market was unhealthy to begin with. From a policy perspective, they wanted to invest excess funds into the market. However, the market chose to invest their funds into the stock market, and thus, the bull market rose. In a year's time, the unhealthy stock market bubble had been blown bigger and bigger. The bubble would eventually burst. Leveraged accounts would be forced to liquidate once the warning line was reached. The key was that too many people played with leverage. This formed a domino effect. Today, one person would burst, and tomorrow, another person would burst. The stock market would collapse. Tuesday, 1 p.m. When the stock market opened today, it was sluggish. It switched between red and green. The half-dead trend made many people anxious. When the market opened in the afternoon, the stock market showed everyone what fun is fun meant. It plummeted like a cliff. It kept going down and down, just like it did more than a week ago when it plunged in despair. Xianxia also contributed to this. During this period of time, he had been crazily selling his stocks. Chapter 332. Countless individual investors were dumbfounded, and most of the financial institutions were caught off guard. However, the extent of the chicken dinner was far more than that. This time, it was really like pushing a mountain to topple a jade pillar. Even 10 cows wouldn't be able to pull it back. The stock market plunged for a week. From the limit down of 100 stocks to the limit down of all time, in a week, the news said that the market value of the stock had evaporated by hundreds of billions. At this moment, not only were the individual investors panicking, even the financial institutions were panicking and frantically fleeing. Later on, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Because every day when the market opened, they would find out in despair that their stocks had fallen. There was a lot of crying on the internet. Everyone was lamenting the fact that they had been poor all their lives in the stock market. Everyone was half joking and half bitter as they teased, "See you on the rooftop." In fact, there really were people who jumped off the building. For example, those who crazily played with leverage. Not only did they return to the time before liberation, but they also owed huge debts that they could not repay. First, all sorts of experts jumped out to appease the people, telling them that the stock market was very healthy and that the drop this time was to get rid of the bubble. Sigh, these words sounded very familiar. Forget it, the people are easy to fool anyway. Then, the national team announced that they would enter the market to save the market. All the major media companies pushed the good news to calm the panic of the shareholders. However, if there was a first, then there was a second, then there was a third. This time, everyone was so scared that they pissed their pants. They didn't believe it. Sigh, it's over. It's really over this time. Last time, I thought that it had fallen to the floor, so I should have searched the bottom. Now I know that it was the ceiling. It's okay. This time, it's the sewers. Brothers, hurry up and search for the bottom. Don't be a coward, just do it. F***ck your mother. My underwear is already in the stock market. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll just sit on the rooftop and finish my last cigarette. Wait for me upstairs, let's meet on the rooftop. Celebrities all came to take advantage of this incident and posted pictures of "See you on the rooftop" or "I beg you, return my hard-earned money" on Weibo. It wasn't pure ridicule. Celebrities also speculated in the stock market, and they definitely invested more than individual investors. If they were to lose money, they would lose millions or even tens of millions. Compared to the wailing of the people, Bauza Investment Company was jubilant and cheering. Just a few days ago, the employees of the company were still secretly sighing about Xianxia's ambition. Now, they could only shout 666. If Xianxia were to say, "I lack knees," all the employees of the company would enthusiastically offer their knees. This month's bonus is exploding. I can finally take my wife out to play. Once I get the bonus, I'll have enough for the down payment. It's a wise decision to follow President Qin. I didn't expect the stock market to collapse. Ha ha ha. Although I've lost all my private savings, this month's bonus is dozens of times more than my private savings. I'm already looking forward to the year-end bonus, wahahaha. President Qin really knows how to show off. We all thought he was doomed. Acting tough. How can the affairs of cultured people be considered pretentious? Everyone burst into laughter, and the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the meeting room, Chairman Qin gathered everyone for a meeting. It was mainly about showing off. Boss Qin sat in the main seat with a domineering and arrogant look on his face that said, "I've never tasted defeat in my life." The officials below him were convinced. They bowed and said, "Boss Qin is awesome, the most awesome." Su Yu, who replaced herself as the imperial concubine in her heart, had a bright smile on her face and felt honored. In the end, Li Linfeng sighed, "There are still some shares in the account that have not been sold. The stock market collapsed too early." "Yes, it's too early. We must find a chance to throw the blame out. We can't let it fall in our hands." In fact, Baoza Investment had made a lot of money. With 10 times the leverage, the stock had fallen to the floor. It was estimated that the stock would fall to the bottom of the sea. At that time, they could buy the stock back and return it to the broker at a small price. But the manager's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up. They wanted to sell all the stock. Especially Li Linfeng, who was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He had no choice. He was a Virgo. No hurry. The national team has entered the market. The stock market will recover slightly in the next few days. But my dear officials, don't worry. At most, it's just a momentary recovery of the bull market. Let's make another wave of profit while it recovers. The managers came to their senses. By the way, our first product has expired, right? Su Yu, let the finance department count the profits and then close the product, Qin Zhe said. Su Yu nodded. Then, Qin Zhe announced the end of the meeting. Oh, the meeting was over. Everyone went to do their own things. By the way, President Qin, we plan to organize a celebration party. You must come, Li Linfeng said. Qin Zhe was stunned. How come I didn't know? Are you kidding me? My officials want to drink and have fun, but they didn't inform me. Oh, we've applied with Vice President Su, Li Linfeng said. Well, let's have a meal tonight. During this time, everyone has been quite depressed, Su said. Is that so? Okay then. Qin Zhe nodded. Forget it. Since the officials and my beloved concubine have applied, it's the same. Are you going? Su Yu asked. I'm going. Of course I'm going, Qin Zhe said. He couldn't let the officials and his beloved concubine play alone. In recent days, the dark clouds that shrouded the hearts of the employees dissipated. There was no work in the afternoon. The employees chatted in the big office, and the managers chatted and smoked in the small conference room. Qin Zhe returned to his office and asked the finance department for the recent performance report. Then, he took a photo and sent it to his sisters. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were worried about him for a long time. After the stock market crash, they were very happy. Wang Zijin replied, My A's is amazing. I'll give you a verbal reward. Wang Zijin grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She didn't think much of money. She was really happy for Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao, seeing A's make so much money, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Zhe replied to his sister, When I get serious, even I'm scared of myself. No. Qin Baobao sent an aggrieved emoji rubbing its nose. I bought a few bags a while ago, and then I also bought one for Wolf in the house. I also bought a lot of luxury goods. You know all about it. Qin Zhe sent a puzzled emoji. Didn't you say they were all cheap goods online? There's a reason. My sister's money is with Tianfang. The company's funds are tight recently. Qin Baobao replied weakly. Oh, then you don't have to lie to me. Wait, where did you get the money? Xianxia had an ominous premonition in his heart. Well, it's all your money. 3 million, all gone. Xianxia, my money was squandered by my sister again. Why did I say, again? Sure enough, my money is actually not money. It should be renamed sister's private money. Flip the table. I haven't seen what my money looks like, and it's gone. Flip the table. My wife's money has nothing to do with me at all. Flip the table. Sister Ziwei, I'm sorry. Okay, the income is sorted out. I asked the finance department to transfer the money. The money of those stars will soon be in their accounts. I'll send you the income report. Suyu sent him a message. Soon, Wang Yuding called. What the F***ck, that many? Xianxia smiled and said, I shorted the stock market. I recently made a lot of money. Wang Yuding, you're awesome. I'm convinced. It's more than my annual income. Su Yunhan's call followed. President Qin, did you transfer the wrong money? Xianxia was stunned, really? Then you should give it back to me quickly. Su Yunhan whined, so many notes, I can't bear to part with them. Just pretend you forgot, and I forgot too. Let them lie quietly in my bank account. Xianxia, don't joke, it's yours. Xianxia, President Qin, I love you, I love you. Xianxia, speak human language. Xianxia, are you sure you didn't transfer the wrong money? Are you sure this is my final income? Xianxia, yes. Xianxia, it's not scientific. Why is it so spicy? Xianxia, shorting the stock market. Almost every star who received the remittance notification called Xianxia in disbelief, suspecting that he had transferred the wrong money. They didn't have the right to tell him what to do, but every month, the company would send them the performance report. This month's income was simply better than last month's. Although everyone was acting, after seeing the series of numbers on the text message notification, they couldn't help but sigh that life was like a drama. Huang Yuding posted on Weibo online, thank you, boss. Xianxia few minutes later, Su Yunhan reposted, thank you, boss. Xianxia Xianxia reposted. Guling reposted. Lao Yao reposted. Li Rongxing reposted. More and more stars reposted this Weibo post. When they got off work at 6 p.m., there were more than 20 stars who had reposted. They were all stars who had bought Xianxia's products and received the money in the afternoon. Even for the celebrities who made a lot of money every day, this was a huge amount of income. After they had money in their hands, they had made a lot of investments, investing in shops, investing in real estate, starting their own companies, opening their own shops, and so on. However, none of the investments were as good as today. They had only transferred a sum of money to Xianxia, and this sum of money had multiplied several times in 3 months. This feeling was as if they had received a scam message and the other party said, Xianxia Huang, transfer money. Their brains went haywire and they transferred 3,000 yuan to the other party. Then, 3 months later, Xianxia Huang came with thousands of soldiers and horses, wanting to bring them to show off and soar. The nosy netizens commented below the stars' Weibo posts, what happened? Dumbfounded. Did you all jump ship to Tianfang? Become artists under Xianxia? At this moment, if Qin Baobao saw this, she would definitely cry in the toilet. Tianfang's major shareholder should be her, right? How is that possible? Tianfang can't take in so many big shots. I keep feeling that there's some kind of shady deal going on. I really want to know. I'm so anxious. Forget it. The stock market is suffering losses. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to entertainment gossip. No one could get an answer. The stars maintained their silence and did not say much. The netizens who could not get an answer went to Qin Zai's Weibo to ask. Of course, Qin Zai did not reply. He sent a message to his sister. Sister Bao, go on Weibo and say something. Say what? Say that I'm going to bring everyone to show off and soar. Say it yourself. This kind of thing needs to be said by others. If I say it myself, I'll lose my cool. Sure, but I have a request. Say it. I owe money to my wife. Quickly top it up. MMP. Chapter 333. Asking me for money again. It's natural for other women to ask their husband for money. You, as an elder sister, always ask me for money. What do you mean? If Qin Zai is right, his sister has been a star for so long and earned tens of millions, where did the money go? You don't spend your own money, but spend my wife's money with peace of mind. My sister is also a black-hearted maggot, and she always calls me a maggot. No money, I'm short of money. Qin Zai refused. Rich, you earn so much money, but you are not willing to spend it on your sister, black-hearted maggot, I love you for nothing. His sister said in a coquettish and aggrieved tone. You finally admit it, what wife's money, you just want to cheat me of my money. Qin Zai said. No matter, if the wife's money is gone, you have to recharge. How much do you want? Oh, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love, just give as you see fit. Qin Bao Bao said. This scheming, it's like a master fortune-telling, saying that money is a worldly possession, just give as you see fit. In such a case, giving less will make me stingy. I don't have money, but your brother has a project of more than 1 billion here. Are you interested? Qin Zai was serious. Then I'm not interested. I don't understand the project. You can discuss it with Su Yu. Qin Bao Bao was very self-aware. Don't change the subject, give me the money. Look for Su Yu. Don't regret it. Qin Zai said faintly. After the call, Qin Zai asked the finance department to transfer 5 million to his sister's bank card. Hand in the public grain. No, recharge the wife's money. His sister was very reliable. She took the money and soon locked on a female star who had shot an advertisement together. This female star seemed to have lost a lot. She posted several Weibo in a row, see you on the rooftop, give me back my hard-earned money, my body is emptied, and other series of pictures, with the caption, once you enter the stock market, you will be a passerby from now on. Qin Bao Bao replied on the other party's Weibo, it's our fault that we met too late, or I would introduce the products of my brother's company to you. In an instant, it was pinned to the top, and the netizens replied to Qin Bao Bao, introduce your brother to her. Wake up, your brother's legend as the god of stocks has been shattered. Does it hurt when your brother cuts his flesh? Goddess, your brother is already dead. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of replies. That female celebrity also replied to Qin Bao Bao, I've been tricked by the stock market, and so has your brother. I'm in the same situation. Tears streaming down my face, the netizens immediately gave her a like. Qin Bao Bao replied, luckily, he cut it quickly. It's a small loss, but it's nothing. If you don't cut it, you will suffer a great loss now. The reply building suddenly fell silent. Then, the female celebrity replied with a, I don't want to live anymore, crying emoji. The netizens also exploded. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Qin Zai has already cut off his flesh and fled. Although he cut it off a little early, he still managed to escape a calamity. His foresight is amazing. That's right. Previously, after he cut off his shares, the stock market immediately recovered. We only cared about laughing at him, but it seems like he did the right thing. No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo. I should have thought of it earlier. Hey, this is interesting. So many people complained about Xianxia a while ago, but now they have been slapped in the face. Ha! The last one to know the truth is crying. It suddenly dawned on them. No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo to thank Xianxia. They finally figured it out. The netizens were shocked. All of them took screenshots, posted on Weibo, Tiba, and forums as if they had caught an exclusive news. Unique foresight, escape unscathed. This is the difference between a stock god and an ordinary person. The stock god is still the same stock god. The little scum can only hit 666. All kinds of headlines appeared. Qin Bao Bao manually showed her brother's divinity in front of the masses, and it was very effective. She was smart enough not to expose the fact that she was short-selling. Otherwise, the public's admiration would have turned into jealousy. Xianxia looked at the screen in his office and grinned. He liked this kind of "I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu has legends about me" mode the most. Some time ago, there were all kinds of trampling on the internet, and the internet media all kinds of heckling. Sister Ziwei wrote several articles to help him brag, but it didn't work. Now he was proud and elated, so cool. In online literature, this is called suppressing first and then rising. He felt that he could be on the hot search list again. Recently, as long as there was major news related to stocks, it could be on the hot search list. Xianxia had a feeling of Hu Han-san, am back again. Xianxia, it's time to go. Let's go to dinner. Suyu opened the door and came in. It was 6:15, and the night was dark outside the window. Suyu just changed her outfit in her office. Her thin stockings were replaced with thick winter stockings, her high-heeled shoes were replaced with snow boots, her office suit was replaced with denim shorts, a knitted sweater and a blue windbreaker, and she wore a light green woman's hat on her head. Beautiful, delicate, and elegant. With this appearance, she was the focus of attention wherever she went. Your hat is very unique. Xianxia flicked the brim of her hat. It's expensive, 30,000 yuan. Suyu straightened the hat that was flicked and wrinkled her nose at him. The managers had already booked seats in the restaurant. Of course, President Qin and President Su didn't need to deal with this small matter. They were now ready to meet everyone. But Xianxia received a phone call, a strange phone call. Xianxia didn't answer at first. Since he registered the company, he had received a lot of spam calls today. Some were issuing invoices, some were recommending stocks, and some were selling Wui Mountain to Hongpo, but this phone call was very stubborn. One after another, it seemed that if Xianxia didn't answer, he would call until the end of time. Xianxia's heart moved and he answered, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was the voice of Chao Bing, his ex-husband. "Are you going to beg me to let your company go, or threaten me to be sensible, or you'll teach me a lesson?" Xianxia smiled happily. His ex-husband finally couldn't hold back and came to him for a showdown. "I'm in the restaurant opposite your company. Room 6 on the 3rd floor. Do you dare to come?" Chao Bing said in a deep voice. "Wash your ass and wait for me." Xianxia hung up the phone. "Chao Bing." Suyu frowned. "Well, you go first. I'll meet him." Xianxia put on his clothes and patted her on the shoulder. "Why do you care about him?" "We don't need to care about him at all." Suyu didn't understand. "He hasn't bowed to me yet," Xianxia said. Suyu didn't understand and couldn't understand. Was it so important? A dispute between men. Xianxia wouldn't tell her, "No, it's the system's task." "Then I'll go too," Suyu said. The other party used to be in the underworld, and now he's half black and half white. Xianxia threatened, "Maybe a group of big men will rush out and kill you. Will they protect me?" "Of course, I can fight 10. What are you afraid of?" Go. Qin Zhe said, I like you, a brainless fan who has no ambition. Su Yu took his arm and smiled like a flower. I like your shameless confidence. Across the street, without driving, Su Yu took Qin Zhe's arm and walked out of the office building. Anyone who saw it would think that they were a couple. She was a little happy, and Qin Zhe didn't push her away. However, Qin Zhe felt that if there was a big beauty, it would be more imposing and more exciting. Since Qiao Bing asked him to meet, instead of shooting behind his back, it meant that he didn't want to be entangled with him. In fact, even if the ex-husband wanted to be rough, Qin Zhe's current skills and physical strength could easily solve more than a dozen big men. The second set of radio gymnastics for primary school students, The Times Are Calling, was an upgraded version of the first set. It couldn't be used to kill people with leaves, jump over roofs and vault over walls, but if Qin Zhe punched with all his strength, it was enough to break the skull of an adult. The sixth private room of the restaurant was a large private room, enough to accommodate a small company party, decorated magnificently. Qiao Bing sat alone, with 3 men in black standing on both sides, including the number 1 follower, Dong, who was kicked by Nan Man Pei. There was a steak and a glass of water on the round table. Qiao Bing held a knife and fork, chewing slowly, his eyes unfocused. He was thinking. That day, he declared war on Qin Zhe, but the next day, some of his gray industries in the north were raided and closed for rectification. His subordinates didn't work, so Qiao Bing had to take a flight back to the north, running around and relying on his own deep connections accumulated over more than 10 years, he settled it. Following the vine to the melon, he found out that the Zhao family in the capital, even in the powerful capital, was a family that could speak. He thought that this was Qin Zhe's confidence. He was a little surprised, but it was not impossible to resist. Moreover, his father-in-law's connections were not used, and the fire was extinguished. But a few days ago, when the stock market crash came, he couldn't calm down. The 3 listed companies under his name fell for 2 weeks in a row, and the company's assets shrank by hundreds of millions. Not only was the financing greatly affected, but the bank stock mortgage loan was a huge trouble. Qiao Bing checked it and finally found that Qin Zhe was shorting his company's shares. The little red guy deliberately revealed to him through Nan Man Pei that Qin Zhe still held a lot of shares in his hands. Even if the stock market recovered, he would continue to short his company's shares. His company's shares would not be able to raise his head. He had already hurt his muscles and bones. He wouldn't be able to recover within 5 years. Qin Zhe didn't let him wait long. After receiving the call, about 10 minutes later, the waiter led him in. Su Yu, who was like a little bird, was beside him. Su Yu and Qin Bao Bao were 2 completely opposite types. Su Yu's cold temperament made her have the refined temperament of Lao Zhou's, pure ripple but not seductive. As for Qin Bao Bao, looking at her, men would think, hey, this little goblin. Women, this coquettish slut. Qin Zhe and Su Yu sat down. Qiao Bing also put down his knife and fork, took a sip of water and wiped his mouth. What do you want? Qiao Bing stared at him sharply. Chapter 334. Qiao Bing had obviously come prepared for this meeting, or rather, the negotiation. From the moment Qin Zhe came in to the moment he sat down, Qiao Bing raised his head and looked at him. Then, he slowly chewed his food, drank his water, and wiped his mouth. Naturally, he created a steady as Mount Tai atmosphere. He had experienced the same feeling from Nan Man Pei. This was the capital accumulated from a certain amount of social experience and life experience, commonly known as the aura of a big shot. The only thing that could be suppressed was the aura of the protagonist. But Qin Zhe himself was a salted fish, and the aura of a big shot did not exist. Qin Zhe smiled and did not reply. Su Yu next to him understood and smiled. Mr. Qiao, we are businessmen, and we don't want to do anything. Qiao Bing consciously ignored Su Yu and stared at Qin Zhe. As long as you stop shorting my company's stock, I am willing to pay a certain price. How about 50 million? Xianxia was silent. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. The price is not enough. TSK, I have checked your information. Whether it is the father of a university professor or the mother of a housewife, it seems that they are not qualified and impossible to connect with the Zhao family. At first, I thought that you were a money-making tool of the Zhao family, a puppet placed outside to deceive others. Later, I found that you were not. I admire you very much. From a college student with nothing, you have come to today's position in just half a year. Excluding those second generations who rely on their ancestors, no one is better than you. This is the truth. For this, I spent a lot of effort and used some of my connections in the government to investigate your parents' ancestors. It's actually very simple to investigate a person's family background. It only needs to be within 3 generations. Any further, even if you're a remnant of the Manchu Qing dynasty or a descendant of a tycoon of the Republic of China, it's meaningless. Your grandfather is a poor teacher. He does not have students all over the world and does not know any big shots. Your mother's ancestral home is in Zhejiang province. Most of the people of the same clan are bumpkins. However, there is a big businessman in Wenzhou called Su Yao, who is of the same clan as your mother. He is a little related, but has nothing to do with the Zhao family. In just a few words, he had revealed Xianxia's background. Those with poor mental fortitude would show their cowardice now. Su Yu frowned. She knew that Xianxia was more like a genius technical talent, rather than an experienced businessman. He was not good at this kind of negotiation tactics. He turned his head to take a look, only to find that Xianxia's gaze was deep and unfazed. There was no reason not to appreciate such a man, Su Yu thought. I also know a little about your background. You're not very clean. When you were young, you were working under Big Sister Man's father. You did a lot of shady things and were often chased by people like a loser. In your line of work, you're like a mouse in front of a cat when you see an official. I really can't see through scum like you. What's the point of money? Money is a bastard. You're willing to shed your blood for a bastard. Aren't you stupid? Xianxia shrugged. I'm not targeting your ex-husband. I'm targeting everyone here. The corner of her ex-husband's mouth twitched. The 6 men in black had ominous looks in their eyes. Su Yu whispered, why did you bring me in? I accidentally hurt an ally, sorry. Xianxia lit a cigarette for himself, and his domineering arrogance burnt. Is it difficult to earn money? Do you need to risk your life for him? I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money. Xianxia felt that his expression and tone were in place. He said it more lightly than a certain big man, and there was no one around him who was holding back their laughter. But you're smart, you know how to clean up. Unfortunately, your ambition is also big, and you're too attached to the gray industry, so you can't clean your ass. To put it bluntly, you're still brainless. Money is so easy to earn. When I didn't pay attention, I earned nearly 10 billion yuan. I don't know how to spend it. Su Yu swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, the great god is too pretentious. What if he gets beaten later? You see, I slightly shorted your company's stock and earned hundreds of millions. Money is just a string of numbers for me. What I value more is to provide jobs for society. This is a good thing that really benefits the country and the people. On the other hand, for a few 100 million yuan, you can't sit still and jump out to negotiate with me. At this point, the aura that the ex-husband painstakingly created finally couldn't hold. His face was gloomy. 80 million. Xianxia shook his head and looked like he deserved a beating. I said, I don't care about money. Chao Bing gnashed his teeth. What do you want? Xianxia put away the acting emperor and said word by word, how to bow to the big man. You're in the underworld. You don't need me to teach you, do you? The 6 men in black almost wanted to rush up and pinch the kid to death. Suyu looked at him with admiration. Qiao Bing silently stared at Qinzhe, his pupils sharp and cold, and slowly said, "After so many years in the underworld, I have learned 2 truths: cut the grass and pull out the roots. People should leave a way out. I use different methods to deal with different people. Everyone has a family. No matter what you do, don't be too ruthless. Don't you think so?" Although he tried to wash his hands for many years, after so many years in the underworld, his means of dealing with things and ordinary businessmen were different. "Are you threatening me?" Qinzhe revealed a rare dangerous aura. "Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. If he doesn't know how to appreciate it, we will, gotcha." In the quiet room, suddenly there was a crisp sound. "Sorry, this cup is really brittle." Qinzhe casually threw the fragments of the bone porcelain cup on the table. Qiao Bing's eyelids twitched fiercely. The 6 big men, Sigma, LLL. This was a bone porcelain cup. Although it was brittle, it was also very hard, very hard. How could it be crushed with one hand? Qiao Bing and his henchmen were all in the underworld, and they all had a few tricks up their sleeves. They had never seen anyone with a grip that could crush bone porcelain. Was it an illusion? Was it a fake? It was actually a prop just now. When they were not paying attention, it was replaced by this kid. At this time, Qinzhe picked up the bone porcelain cup in front of Suyu, and his palm silently exerted force. Gotcha! The bone porcelain cup was broken again. The tea spilled down his palm or flowed into his cuffs. Qiao Bing, the 6 big men. Suyu, Heartsuit Omega Heartsuit, if you want to play, then let's fight right now. How about it? Qinzhe sneered. Qiao Bing and his henchmen were silent. One of the guys swallowed his saliva. One of the guy's legs went soft. "Over there in the north, you can do whatever you want. Shanghai is my territory." Qinzhe sneered, "In terms of official contacts, I definitely have more than you. You've hit a wall twice, you know that. There's also Sister Man's help. You can't play with me. If you want to use underhanded means, I'll just make a trip to the north and kill you. Are your bones harder than a cup? Then, I'm better at finance than you. Are you sure you can keep your 3 listed companies? During this time, the bank's phone should have blown up your office's landline. You'd better think about how to raise money for mortgage. 3 companies are enough to keep you busy." Qiao Bing was silent. Qinzhe got up, walked around the table, and patted his ex-husband on the shoulder. Solemn and stirring expressions appeared on the 6 men's faces at the same time. Qinzhe whispered, "Finally, I also warn you, everyone has a family. Don't think that others are the only ones who wear shoes and ignore the shoes on your feet. Your son is only 6 years old, right?" No matter what kind of ruthless character Qiao Bing was in the past, since he wanted to whitewash his family business, he was destined to not dare to fight to the death. If his heart was not enough, his hands would not be black. What he said just now, in fact, was to scare Qinzhe. Qiao Bing's forehead veins jumped, his cheeks bulged, and he struggled for a while. Finally, he raised his eyes and stared at the young man who made him capsize. "I was wrong," he said. The next moment, Qinzhe received the system's task completion prompt in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. If his ex-husband was too stubborn, he would consider beating him and then forcing him to admit his mistake. It would be very troublesome. Maybe he would have to ask Sister Man to clean up his mess. "You should have known." Qinzhe laughed, "Okay, I'll hold your shares first. When the stock market dust settles, I'll sell." "Suyu, let's go." Qinzhe strode out of the private room. But Suyu did not follow. Suyu and Qiao Bing had met several times. She knew how annoyed her ex-husband was. Usually, when she saw Xiao Bing, Su would stare at her fiercely and kill her with her eyes. After all, she was even afraid of Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. But today, with Qin Zhe as the man behind her, she was particularly courageous. Su strode over, took off the beloved hat on her head, and put it on her ex-husband. Don't pester sister man in the future, hum. After that, her courage ran out, and she turned around and ran into Qin Zhe's arms. Qin Zhe. Chapter 335. Qin Zhe was shocked and turned to look at his ex-husband's face. Although he could fight 10 scums like his ex-husband, he was desperate. Things had been negotiated and the task was completed. He didn't want to cause more trouble. He also underestimated Su Teddy's ability to make trouble. His ex-husband's face was ugly, but he held back. He didn't know if he was shocked by his own strength or because Su was a woman. If Qin Zhe did this, it was estimated that his ex-husband would fight with him. Let's go. Su took Qin Zhe's hand and walked away quickly. What you did just now amazed me. Qin Zhe said. Yes, I learned it from watching pictures on the internet. It felt very exciting. I will try it again in the future. Su was overjoyed and her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Don't do this if there is no deep hatred. You will be beaten. Qin Zhe thought about it and added, unless I am by your side. Su rolled her eyes and smiled with dimples. Okay. For no reason, Qin Zhe poked the dimples on her cheek. Su blushed. The two came to the restaurant where the reservation was made. There were 6 tables in a luxurious large private room. At this time, the employees had already eaten, toasting and laughing. Su didn't know that the negotiation would go so smoothly. She was ready to be absent, so she informed the company's employees and let them eat first. This hotel was good. It was specially used for large-scale gatherings. Many companies nearby chose this place for their annual meetings. The private room next door was decorated like the Great Hall of the People. Boss Su. Boss Qin. Everyone got up and greeted. Qin Zhe pressed his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Among these people, some successfully brushed their faces in front of him, but some were very unfamiliar. He was not the kind of boss who talked very much with his employees. Except for a few managers, team leaders, and the girl at the front desk who helped them order, he had no extra communication with other employees. So in the hearts of the employees, he was a little more mysterious as the boss. Like the Mona Lisa's smile, mysterious. After Qin Zhe and Su came over, the atmosphere in the private room cooled down a little. Several managers at the same table were cautious when eating. The boss's aura was oppressive. It couldn't be helped. It was the same everywhere. No matter how active and lively the employees were in private, eating at the same table with the boss, no matter how good their mentality was, would still be stressful. But under the effective leadership of Qin Zhe, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Chairman Qin bragged to everyone that when the company grew bigger, everyone would be given an Audi A8. Whoever won the sales championship for 3 consecutive years would be given a house. Boss Qin's nonsensical bragging finally lifted the mood of the room. He wasn't bragging. He would definitely receive these benefits in the future. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Linfeng said drunkenly, Boss Qin, I really admire you. I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never seen a boss as bold and courageous as you. CEO Qin replied humbly, You're too kind. Li Linfeng stood up and shouted, Let me toast to President Qin and President Su. Brothers, do as you see fit. Then there was a wave of toasts, and the employees took turns to toast. President Qin, I'll drink. You can do as you please. President Su, I'll drink. You can do as you please. Su was a light drinker. After drinking a few glasses, her face flushed and she looked charming. But she was in high spirits and didn't refuse anyone. A group of female colleagues squeezed over with a smile. The leader was a beautiful girl who used to work at the front desk and later transferred to the finance department. She held a glass of wine with a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. "President Qin, I just made a bet with them," she said. "What bet?" The beautiful girl replied shyly, "Bet if I dare to say that I love you." Xianxia. The beautiful girl took a deep breath and shouted, "President Qin, I love you." The girls behind her cheered and laughed continuously. Then the whole room cheered. In the laughter of the whole room, the smile on President Su's face gradually disappeared. Li Linfeng, who had followed her from Zhuli to Baozi, wiped his sweat and silently prayed for the girl. He hoped that she could live through this year and at least get the year-end bonus. These little girls were really looking for trouble. They even teased the man who was the head of the company. Su Yu was the nominal head of Baozi Company, and she handled all the affairs. Alas, when the time came, he would come forward to ask for mercy. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was high from drinking, but they were not satisfied yet. Someone suggested that they go for karaoke. The famous CEO Qin, the fast shooter, naturally became the target of popularity. Everyone clamored to hear his dolphin voice. Xianxia didn't participate and let them play by themselves because Su Yu was drunk. Su Yu was in high spirits today. She drank 4 bottles of beer alone and was falling in the arms of Xianxia. Her eyes were hazy. During the period, she went to the toilet and vomited 3 times. So, people who wanted to sing karaoke went to sing karaoke, and people who were drunk took a taxi back. The taxi fare would be reimbursed by the company tomorrow. Xianxia helped Su Yu to leave and took a taxi on the side of the road. He drank a lot of wine and relied on his strong kidney function. The alcohol was broken down quickly. Now he was half drunk and half sober. His head was slightly swollen and his spirit was particularly excited. Xianxia half hugged and half supported Su Yu, came to her door, found the key from her bag and opened the door. The light in the house was on. "This silly girl, don't you know to turn off the light when you go out? My sister Bao has more common sense than you." Xianxia put Su Yu on the bed and turned to the kitchen to boil water for her, but found that the thermos flask was full of hot water. He carefully observed the kitchen. The windows were bright and the plates were neatly placed on the shelf. She never cooked, but the plates were very clean and there was no dust. Every place in the kitchen was very clean. It was not like a woman who did not do anything. Instead, it was like someone had been using the kitchen, so it was so clean. Xianxia's heart moved. He walked out of the kitchen and came to the living room. The TV in the living room was also on, playing advertisements. There were snacks and fruits on the coffee table. It seemed that this lonely house often had guests. He turned to the bedroom again. The computer screen was black, but the display light of the host computer was on, indicating that the computer had been on. Xianxia stood by the bed and looked at the drunk woman. He suddenly felt very sad. She didn't turn off the lights, not because she was an idiot who had forgotten about life, but because she didn't want to come home from work and face a dark and empty house. So she turned on all the lights in the room. It was as if there was someone waiting for her at home, so she wouldn't be alone. Including the snacks and fruits on the coffee table, the hot water in the thermos flask, the spotless tableware in the kitchen, the computer that was always on standby. What was the point? What was the point? You deliberately created a vibrant house, but it can't change the fact that you are alone. It's ridiculous to deceive yourself. Silly girl, your little nest is not warm at all. Su Yu opened her eyes and stared at him with hazy eyes. After a long while, she felt wronged, cold. Xianxia helped her take off her snow boots and coat, covered her with the quilt, and whispered, "Go to sleep. What about you? I'm going back. Xianxia said and belched. His temples were slightly swollen, and the alcohol stimulated his nerves, bringing excitement and tingling pain. Suyu grabbed his hand and acted like a little girl. Don't go, okay? Her parents divorced when she was a child, and her father married a vicious stepmother. Her life was not even as good as that of a child in a single-parent family. Her father's indifference, her stepmother's supercilious eyes, and the illegitimate brother's hatred. She was like a lonely and pitiful little beast, curled up and grew up carefully. Then one day, she finally went abroad to look for her mother, eager to find the motherly love from her mother that had been lost for many years. But sadly, she found that her mother's love had been given to her new husband and son. There was only a small amount of love given to her, so little that she couldn't feel the slightest warmth. She wandered outside the two families, living alone year after year. But in fact, in her heart, she still longed for a trace of warmth, and hoped that one day someone would come from the sky and reach out to her. If this person really exists, she hopes it is Xianxia. Do you still want to vomit? Xianxia frowned. I don't want to vomit, but my head hurts. Suyu muttered and pouted. Then hurry to sleep, I also have a headache, and I want to go back to sleep. Xianxia patted the back of her hand and wanted to retract his hand, but Suyu held it very tightly. He was about to scold her with a straight face, but he heard Suyu's soft voice, I like you, Xianxia. Xianxia's face was stiff. Suyu liked him. He could feel it. When he bought the car that day, Xianxia knew it. Usually, Suyu's behavior, eyes, and tone of voice all revealed the same message, I like you. But she never dared to say the words, I like you. Suyu didn't dare to say it, for fear of being rejected, it would make the two very embarrassed. Maybe the great god would not be the great god anymore, and there would be a gap between them. Today, she drank wine, and her brain was not clear. Wine made people brave. Many things she usually didn't dare to say, but now she can say it without thinking. You just drank too much, and you'll be fine after a sleep. Xianxia said softly, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Suyu's soft eyes looked at him obsessively. But I just like you, and I have never liked a man as much as I like you. Can I ask why? Xianxia was tangled. Do you need a reason to like someone? God's arrangement is the biggest. Suyu muttered. God's arrangement is the biggest. Because I took you to play games, and there was no man to take you to play games before, so you like me? Xianxia asked. Suyu's face was slightly red, and her hazy eyes flashed with shame. Of course not, maybe this is just a very small reason, anyway, I like you. Chapter 336. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. He was already half-drunk, and he only felt that his eyes were blinded by the white light. Unexpectedly, the first one to be honest with him was Suyu. For the first time, seeing Xianxia's beauty, he couldn't take his eyes off her. According to his salted fish nature, he should run away at this moment, but he didn't know if it was the effect of alcohol, but he felt that he was ready to move. Or, I actually like Suyu. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly panicked. He swore to keep his chastity for his sister. Sister Ziwei. But it didn't matter. According to the past, there must be a call here, whether it was his sister or Sister Ziwei, they should have called to urge him to go home. But, no. Too capricious, too capricious. Can you do whatever you want just because you're beautiful? Then, a little stalemate. Maybe she will fall asleep after a while. Well, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Suyu's face was burning. Her pretty face, which was a little red from drinking, was now red. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. She had already given such an obvious hint. Could it be that Xianxia was not moved at all? The point was, she was frozen to death. She wanted to cover herself with a quilt, but she couldn't. If she covered herself with a quilt, he would definitely say, "Sleep well, see you tomorrow." So, the two were in a stalemate. Xianxia knew that an inevitable test in life had appeared. It was like flying immortals in the sky to the west wind blowing snow. Should I take advantage of her? Or should I retreat? At this time, he hoped that Suyu would be drunk and fall asleep first. But Suyu blinked her bright and watery eyes and refused to sleep. So, wait for the system to give him a task. Forget it, he was so entangled now that he didn't know what task the system would give him. Maybe it was, ding. Please play a Forbidden 18 game with Suyu until dawn. Then he could smile and type GG with both hands. Moreover, countless experiences have proved that at critical moments, don't expect help from low-level people. Xianxia felt like an ant on a hot pan, so anxious. His heart was against it. He wanted to save the first shot for that person, so he had been holding back. But his body was much more honest than him. No, it felt like there wasn't much resistance to it. Xianxia thought to himself, damn you. Even if I'm a salted fish, I'm a salted fish with dreams. Do you think I'm a saint? Suyu's heart collapsed at this time. Her attitude was very obvious. She liked him and wanted to be with him. She also felt that she was quite beautiful and had a good figure. She usually paid attention to her exercise, but even so, he was still standing by the bed in a daze. Is it that you, Xianxia, have high standards, or is it that I, Suyu, am not flirtatious enough? I like you. Suyu made a seductive pose on the bed. Such an enchanting beauty. Xianxia was at a loss for words. Her sister's call didn't come, and Suyu didn't fall asleep. It seemed that it was God's will. Heaven's arrangement was the greatest. Suyu said weakly, "Do you want to take a bath?" Xianxia thought very seriously for a moment, "I'm not bragging. I'll enter the sage mode after taking a bath." Suyu, finally, they took a bath in batches. Suyu took a bath very quickly, probably afraid that Xianxia would slip away. Xianxia also took a bath very quickly. He stood on the edge of being a coward and not a coward. He was afraid that after taking a bath, his mind would be clear and his courage would be gone. Xianxia said, "Then I'm coming." Suyu, wait a minute, Xianxia, I also think we should talk for a while. Both of them were terrified. I remember the first time I saw you, on the day of the interview, at the elevator. You came up, I went down. At that time, there were other interviewees with me. The look in their eyes was particularly amazing. Xianxia said without any head or brain. What about you? Were you amazed? Suyu's face was flushed, and her eyes were like water, looking at him. Of course. Xianxia rubbed his swollen head. Taking a drunken bath was not a good experience. I was thinking, who is this girl, so beautiful? If she could be my girlfriend, my life would be worth it. Suyu smiled brightly and was about to say, I promise to be your girlfriend. Xianxia said again, but it's just a thought. We don't know each other. At most, we are passers-by. When I see other beautiful girls, I will also fantasize about them. Later, I found out that you are the general manager of Julie Company. TSK, have you heard of My Beautiful President? Suyu laughed, I've heard of it. There's hope again. Many employees are talking in private. Whoever can catch up with President Su will be rich. Not only will they have to work less for decades, but they can also think about women. Do you remember Yang Jian? Suyu seriously recalled and shook her head, who? That kid entered the company with me. He wants to have something with you every day, and even blocks you in the girls' bathroom. Xianxia laughed. Suyu frowned. I don't even bother to look at this kind of person. Xianxia sighed. Then why do you like a person like me? Suyu said with infatuation, you are different from others. At least for me, you are different. Xianxia nodded and continued, after getting along for more than a month, I felt that you were very cold and not my type. Slowly, that thought faded. Until that time when we met, it turned out that you were Kanto man. Fate is a strange thing. Maybe it's fate. Xianxia's fingers brushed Suyu's skin, and he sighed, who would have thought that we would have today? Suyu bit her lip, after saying so much, are you coming or not? Coming. Xianxia took off his clothes, lifted the quilt, and covered him in Suyu. I finally graduated. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. Tonight was the day of Xianxia's graduation, and it was also the day of Suyu's graduation. It didn't last long. After finishing, exhaustion surged like a tide. Under the influence of alcohol, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. That night, Suyu slept particularly well. No, particularly peacefully. The next day, early in the morning, the fields that were not damaged by plowing had already woken up, and the tired cows were still sleeping. Suyu opened her sleepy eyes. Her hair was messy. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for a few minutes. She remembered the out-of-body pleasure last night. She was snuggled up to a hot and strong body. It was very warm and very reassuring. There was no air conditioning in the room. She used to sleep alone. If she didn't turn on the air conditioning, she would wake up in the middle of the night. She turned her head and looked at the sleeping face close to her. Sleeping on the same pillow, she could feel each other's breath between breaths. Great happiness swelled in her heart, making her want to cry. Suyu's trembling fingertips stroked Xianxia's face, from the handsome eyebrows to the handsome nose, sliding along the contours of his cheeks, and finally, her fingers pressed against his lips. This mouth, last night, sucked her little mouth wantonly. The kissing skill was skillful and full of aggressiveness. The soul that had been wandering for more than 10 years was comforted. The happiness made her eyes red and choked in a low voice. The crying was very small, but it woke up Xianxia. He opened his eyes, his pupils were unfocused and slowly restored focus. Then he looked at Suyu, who was sobbing in a low voice. The salted fish looked confused. It was not that he drank too much. In the situation last night, at most, he was half drunk. There was no possibility of waking up and not remembering anything. On TV, those men and women who had sex after drinking would scream at a high decibel when they woke up, for fear that others would not know about their affair. It was nonsense. If he really drank too much, it meant that the brain could no longer control the body. The only ending was to lie on the ground like a corpse. Where did he get the strength to have sex? He was afraid that he was the scapegoat. He was confused because Suyu cried. What did it mean? After having sex, did she regret it? Last night, she took off her pants because she was empty and lonely. She took advantage of the alcohol to boost her courage. Now that her mind was clear, she felt that she had sex with a salted fish. Was her life too desperate? Or, did she like me or something? Just a very slight liking and did not intend to have sex with me. Do you regret it? Xianxia said in a low voice. Suyu shook her head and sniffled. Then why are you crying? Xianxia was depressed. Suyu still shook her head. Was she happy because she had sex with you? This kind of words, the degree of shame had exceeded the limit of her masochism. Then am I your girlfriend now? Suyu said expectantly. Girlfriend? Xianxia looked at the ceiling and was in a daze for a long time. If it was a girlfriend, Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in name. The relationship between the two was very stable. So far, except for kissing, they had not even touched a little white rabbit. It was more stable than a tank. Did he make Sister Ziwei a cuckold? She said that drinking would make things worse, but you didn't listen. Alcohol can strengthen people's courage, but it can also strengthen salted fish's courage. What should he do next? He smiled and said, "We are all adults. It is normal to have sex. Forget about it later." Then pull up his pants and deny it. He could not do this. Then, should he confess to his sisters? Yesterday was his graduation day. Today might be his death anniversary. Qin Bao Bao's profound meaning, deadly scissor kick. Wang Zijin's profound meaning, high kick to explode eggs. Salted fish say, dead. This book ended. Chapter 337. As the salted fish host of the low-level system, Qin Zhe is very self-aware. He doesn't have the unique personality charm of Long Outyen, who controls the harem of 3,000 beauties and lives in harmony. He doesn't have the aura of a king like Zhao Ritian. When he shakes his body, all the beauties worship him. He doesn't have Yi Liangqin's 100 ways to make you unable to stay. I'm not reconciled. I can't say it. My salted fish say can't die so quickly. Let me think about how to solve the trouble at hand. What the hell? Speaking of the sisters, they didn't call me. This doesn't make sense. With his sister's possessiveness, he usually comes home late, and she will be jealous. Can Qin Bao bear to stay out all night? I'm afraid she has already sharpened her knife to salted fish. Sister Ziwei is now my girlfriend. My boyfriend is completely not back. Can Sister Ziwei bear to fool around outside? I'm afraid they are brewing the top 10 tortures of the Qin dynasty in their hearts. But why didn't they call me? Qin Zhe leaned over to pick up his pants and took out his mobile phone. The screen was black, and it didn't light up. It turned out that the mobile phone was out of battery. Qin Zhe's mind inexplicably appeared a song, "If everything is heaven's will, everything is fate, after all, it is destined." Okay, this blame will be thrown to the mobile phone. Today's smartphones are good to look at but useless. When Qin Zhe was in high school, a Nokia was on standby for a week, charging for 5 minutes, and talking for 2 hours. Suyu saw his silence, and her heart was cold. We are already like this. You don't want me. Qin Zhe shook his head. Suyu's eyes flashed dimness, and she said with a smile, "Then, you sleep for a while. I'm going to take a shower, and I have to go to work later." Qin Zhe looked down and saw the reaction of all men in the morning, and sighed, "I just can't sleep." Suyu glanced at him, blushed, kissed him timidly, and ran out of the room naked. Qin Zhe pondered for a long time. It seems that this is really a matter of the future. Clothes and trousers were scattered on the ground, some of his, some of Suyu's, piled together in a mess. After picking up the clothes one by one and putting them on, Qin Zhe walked out of the room and into the living room. He opened the door and slammed it shut. He didn't notice that there was no sound of running water in the bathroom. His mind was in a mess right now, so he couldn't notice these details. In the bathroom, Suyu stood in front of the mirror in a daze. She listened to his footsteps as he walked past the bathroom door and into the living room. Then, the security door slammed shut. He left. Suyu's heart was in pain, like a lifeless paper flower, and her eyes were dry. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so nosy and asked that question. Do you think that just because you love him, he will love you back? You were the one who seduced him into bed, and now you want him to take responsibility. Look, you've been abandoned. You're just a pitiful creature that your grandmother doesn't love and your uncle doesn't love. Suyu turned on the tap, and the hot water flowed. She hugged her knees, squatted on the cold tiles, and burst into tears. She cried heartbreakingly, like a homeless cat, like a little girl who has been wronged. It turns out that love is not something that you can get in return for how much you pay. She cried until the sky turned dark. For a long time, she vaguely heard a knock on the door, one after another, and the sound kept coming. Suyu put her face in the hot water and washed it. Her shivering body dispersed the chill. She turned off the shower head, wrapped in a bath towel, and walked to the security door in a daze. Looking out of the peephole, she just saw the handsome face. At this moment, there was a kind of surprise that was called, mountains and rivers have no way out, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel, in her heart. Suyu opened the door. Why do you take so long to take a shower? Xianxia, who was holding a bag of breakfast, stood at the door and said unhappily, I knocked for a long time and didn't open the door. I'm ashamed. Suyu burst into tears and hugged him tightly. She cried, you dead man, didn't you leave? If you leave, don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house? Suyu cried out, you dead man, didn't you leave? Don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house? Whoa whoa. I'm scared to death bao bao. Xianxia. I almost thought your name was Qin Bao. Why are you crying for no reason? Are you sad that you have been guarding for 27 years? Don't you want me anymore? I bought breakfast, girl. Then tell me, I thought you didn't want me and didn't want me to be your girlfriend, woo woo. Suyu's eyes were red, and the tears couldn't stop. Xianxia really thought about it for a long time, but he didn't figure out what to do. What he couldn't figure out was that feelings, he still couldn't figure it out from adolescence until now. On the way back, the system saw that the host was so anxious and jumped out to say, Host, your brain waves are very strong. Are all animals like you after mating? Let me think of a word, butterflies in the stomach. Get out of here, don't make a move when you should. I don't need you to complain. Xianxia said angrily. From an animal's point of view, you don't need to be too entangled with this one this spring and that one next spring. The system said. That's an animal, not a human. Don't think too highly of humans, they're even worse than animals. You can have sex with this one tonight and that one tomorrow night. I really don't understand what you're entangled with. What you said is very reasonable, and I have nothing to say. So you'll always be an emotionless system. Xianxia sighed, how do I put it, you can think of me as a pervert. I want to have sex with this one this spring and that one next spring. If others want to have sex with her, I'll explode. Understood, this is the possessiveness of humans. Let time deal with it. Time to deal with it. Things that you can't figure out for a while don't mean that you can't figure it out for a lifetime. People are always constantly disturbed by external factors. In fact, human beings are always compromising with the outside world from birth to growth. The system said. I don't understand what you mean. I have a more concise statement here, let's talk about it later. Xianxia sighed. Maybe you compromised, maybe your sister's compromised, time will give the answer. The system said. Xianxia hooked the door with his foot and walked into the room with the shivering Suyu. He didn't turn on the air conditioner last night and didn't bother to turn it on this morning. The weather at the end of January was cold to the bone. Get dressed and have breakfast. Xianxia said. I haven't finished taking a bath yet. Wait. Suyu tightened the bath towel and ran to the bathroom with light steps. Ups and downs, great sadness and joy, let her feet soften and stagger. Xianxia reached out to support her, and the bath towel slipped down. Xianxia glanced at her, long legs and slender waist, graceful figure. Suyu's face turned red, and her slippers clattered and she ran into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu raised her head, and the hot water flowed down her slender neck and spread over her whole body, bringing warmth. It turned out that she didn't see the wrong man, and her insecure heart finally returned to her stomach. Suddenly she heard the door lock click. Suyu was shocked and looked back. Xianxia came in naked. She subconsciously covered her chest and trembled. I'm taking a bath. Don't come in, let's take a bath together. Xianxia walked into the shower and put his arm around Suyu's waist. Since he had done all the things that men and women should do last night, taking a bath together doesn't seem to be worth making a fuss about. Suyu couldn't let go, and her heart was beating wildly. I want to take a bath alone, she whispered. Take a bath together. Xianxia's tone was overbearing. Suyu immediately followed. Xianxia did the man behind Suyu again in the bathroom. But at the last moment, Suyu's legs were soft, the ground was slippery, and she almost fell. When Xianxia reached out to catch her, it was empty. After taking a bath, Suyu ate the breakfast he brought back, and Xianxia rested. Half an hour later, the two came again. This time there was no time, and the world became dull again. 10 minutes later, he was full of energy again. You're coming again. Suyu's little face was panicked. I'm going to be late for work, I'll give you a holiday today. Aren't you my secretary? The secretary has nothing to do today, and then, Xianxia pinched her face. But I'm so tired. Suyu's pitiful expression. I already know your depth, but you don't know mine. Xianxia said, don't talk nonsense, come up. No. Xianxia slapped her ass, come up. Suyu whined and climbed up. Hold it. Oh. The two ended in the lotus position, both climbed to the peak, and hugged each other tightly. Suyu was soft in his chest, crying and calling her husband. Xianxia didn't speak, gently stroking her hair. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend? Suyu whispered. Xianxia nodded. Then what are we? A dog couple. Are you going to kick her away with me, or kick me away? I don't know. Xianxia said, truth. Then did you sleep with her? Xianxia shook his head. Is there any other behavior? Well, you men have seen the film. Xianxia still shook his head. Suyu smiled happily. Wang Zijin is a big idiot, she deserves to be robbed by me. Xianxia suddenly felt that what happened today seemed to be an unintentional coincidence. It could barely be said that drinking made a mistake, but maybe it was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. With Wang Zijin's character, he was afraid that she would really give herself to him after the engagement. The other black-hearted maggot was complicated. When she dared, Xianxia didn't dare. When Xianxia dared, she didn't dare. Only Suyu was different. If she liked someone, she would enthusiastically and boldly pay. Like is like. Love and hate are very simple. Suyu hugged his neck and happily called him husband tentatively. Seeing that Xianxia didn't frown, the corners of her mouth curled up happily. I won't force you, I won't pester you, and I won't be rude and unreasonable to trouble Wang Zijin, Suyu said with a pitiful and eager expression. As long as you spare a little time to accompany me, I will be very happy. Not much, just a little. She stretched out her little finger and seriously gestured in front of Xianxia's eyes. In her heart, she thought that as long as the hoe was waved well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug. Suyu felt that he actually had victory in his hands. Suyu, also ordered the palace fighting skills. Xianxia was shocked. He suddenly remembered what the old driver Huang Yizong said. A woman said that she didn't want anything, but in fact, she wanted everything. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, I Am the Great Demon King, a book by a high-quality old author. Chapter 338. After Suyu finished, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Xianxia charged his mobile phone, waited for 3 minutes, and turned it on. There was no missed call notification on the mobile phone, but there were dozens of missed call notifications in the text messages. During the period when the phone was turned off, his sisters actually persistently called him so many times. But he didn't turn it on. Xianxia opened the chat software with trembling heart. Messages, 99 plus Qin Bao Bao, A's, when will you come back? I'm going to lock the door. It's 11:30. Are you still outside? Did you drink too much? I'll drive to pick you up. Turn it on. It's 12 o'clock. Where are you? The wine should be finished. What are you doing? Who are you with? Wow, little red guy, you dare to turn off your phone. Don't come back if you dare. I'm going to sleep. If you don't turn it on, I'll really be angry. You black-hearted maggot. I'm going to break your legs. The messages were sent from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning. His sister's thoughts were concern, anxiety, suspicion, anger. Then there was Wang Zijin's message, where is Ace? When will he come back? Turned off. Is the phone out of battery? Hey, Bao Bao is very angry. Hurry up and turn it on. I can still help you. Otherwise, Bao Bao will go crazy. Oh, Bao Bao said that I'll hang you up and beat you tomorrow. Why don't you turn it on? Little red guy, I'm angry too. Sister Ziwei's thoughts were concern, murder with a borrowed knife, murder with a borrowed knife, anger. My sister is a scheming woman. My girlfriend is a two-faced woman. My secret art is a troublemaker, or a cuckold. Xianxia's liver was in pain. Once upon a time, he had a sincere wish to marry a graceful, gentle, and virtuous daughter-in-law. Later, Sister Ziwei appeared. Sister Ziwei had an oval face and long straight hair. She was the kind of gentle and generous sister. But he never expected. From being black-bellied to being gentle, how many killings had she experienced? From cheating people to being virtuous, she had experienced so much darkness. You lied to me, it was all a lie. Her eyes were red from crying, and her heart was broken. Xianxia almost couldn't help but sing. Xianxia dialed his sister's number and heard Qin Bao Bao's voice. Hello, who is this? Xianxia was stunned and almost thought that he had accidentally taken Su Yu's mobile phone. Sister, it's me. Who are you? Qin Bao Bao asked coldly. You're a loyal follower. Xianxia smiled cheekily. I just woke up. I slept in the office last night. I'm afraid he slept on the belly of some little demon for a night. Qin Bao Bao sneered. F***ck, his sister knew the truth. Yo, you even know about this, Xianxia said deliberately. Little pervert. Qin Bao Bao screamed at the other end of the phone. At this time, Siyu came in wearing a bathrobe and holding a hairdryer in her hand. Xianxia made a silent gesture to her. She put down the hairdryer very obediently, wiped her hair with a towel, sat on the edge of the bed, leaned against Xianxia, and raised her two crystal white ears. I drank too much yesterday, and my mobile phone happened to run out of battery. It was my colleague who helped me send it back to the company. Xianxia pretended to be tired. I just got up and called you back. Qin Bao Bao's tone suddenly improved a lot and said angrily, if you don't believe it, you can take a photo for me. Of course, Xianxia couldn't take out the photo and pretended to be angry. Where is the most basic trust between people? Suyu quietly snorted. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go to your company now. Xianxia was scared. Wait a minute, I'll take a photo for you. He hung up the phone. He called Li Lin Feng and asked him to go to his company to take a photo. Then he passed it to his sister. His sister replied, well, I'll let you go this time. Next time you don't go home, remember to write a report, but I will definitely not approve it. Xianxia hugged Suyu in his arms and replied, oh. Well. Qin Bao Bao snorted, sister went to the business cave today, and I'll find you in the evening to settle accounts. Coincidentally, I also went to the business cave several times today. The second call was made to Wang Zijin. Xianxia repeated the same words. Wang Zijin said considerately, drinking is not good for your health. Drink less next time, you know. Xianxia nodded and said that Sister Ziwei was good. Sister Ziwei was considerate. Suyu pinched his waist hard, full of jealousy. Wang Zijin smiled softly and said, by the way, let's make a video call. Sister wants to see you. Xianxia's back was covered in cold sweat. It's not convenient now. I'm working. Let's video chat at noon. Wang Zijin nodded and didn't pester him endlessly. She said, then Zai, take a photo. Sister wants to see if you slept well tonight. Hurry up. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Suyu said loudly, Boss Qin, the stock has fallen. We can't sell. What should we do? Su Tidy, 666 Xianxia said, Sister Ziwei, do you want to wait? Wang Zijin smiled and said, forget it. It's the same when you come back from work. After the call, Xianxia was exhausted. Suyu lay in Xianxia's arms and giggled. Sister Man said that Wang Zijin is a shrewd and scheming woman. She is a smart and dangerous woman. It makes sense. If it weren't for her conservative thinking in that aspect, I would be afraid of her. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You are not easy to deal with. Suyu narrowed her eyes and raised her beautiful face. Xianxia, I'm more curious. Why is the first call not to your real girlfriend, but to your sister? Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, she sighed. So Sister Man said that Qin Bao Bao is a woman who competes for favor. In her heart, she said, fortunately, she is your sister. Otherwise, I have no hope at all. Xianxia leaned on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. He thought about some messy things and his thoughts flew. When he opened his eyes, he found that Suyu was flipping through his mobile phone chat history. There were Wang Zijin's and Qin Bao Bao's. Xianxia slapped her little but that all the male employees in the company coveted. Suyu screamed, raised her beautiful and refined face, and smiled charmingly. Husband, do you want to do it again? From elegance to charm, she experienced 5 times of sex. Xianxia. I have to protect my waist. The system said that when he practiced the primary school radio gymnastics to a high level, his waist would grow and his energy would surge. Don't make trouble. I can do it 3 more times, but you can't. It doesn't matter if your mouth is swollen, but that place is also swollen. How can you walk? Xianxia refused her angrily. Suyu hit him, propped up her body, and took off her bathrobe. Inside was a light blue lace underwear. In women's underwear, black lace was the king, and its position was unshakable. Because the black lace and the woman's white and tender body, the color contrast would describe a huge visual impact. Xianxia had no resistance to black lace. The second was his sister's white swimsuit, which was tied with a rope around the waist. His sister wore that swimsuit, which was particularly enchanting and seductive. Suyu sat on the edge of the bed, bending over to put on black stockings. A beautiful woman, whether wearing stockings or taking off stockings, was extremely sexy. White hands, the stockings along the white slender legs, a little bit up to the thighs. Xianxia was not a stocking control, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't stand it. After Suyu finished breakfast, they left together and drove to the company. Once last night, once in the bathroom, and 3 times in bed. Suyu walked a little unwell, and she always felt that her legs were burning. Moreover, she felt that her body was weak. Suyu used to see a joke on the internet, saying that women were fields that could not be plowed. Now the stock market has collapsed like this. After the entry of the national team, another wave of money-making business opportunities was ushered in. Qin Zhe asked Li Lin Feng and several managers to pay attention to the stock market's movements at all times. They took 2 billion yuan of funds into the market and made a wave of bottom diving, but they couldn't stay in it. At most, a week, they must withdraw and earn a wave of price difference. Whether it rises or rises in the future, they won't touch the stock market until next year's Spring Festival. According to the urinary nature of the stock market, it will take a period of time to determine from the bull market to the bear market. During this period, it is not wrong to stay on the sidelines. The bear market represents no money, but it is not like the bull market, where you can earn whatever you buy. The stock market will become more rational, and it is still one of the company's important ways to make money. Qin Baobao attended commercial performances, mainly in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai area, occasionally running to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and basically not going to other places. These places almost include all the developed provinces in China. The economy is developed, there are many commercial activities, and many endorsements and advertisements. It is enough to arrange her schedule densely. No matter how hard she works, she will be a model worker. Some stars are filming, shooting commercials, and commercial performances for 360 days a year. This kind of work is actually not cost-effective. It is easy for people to become haggard, and their families will also be affected. She can't go too far, and she can't give the wolf in the house too much time to spend with the little red guy. Qin Baobao thought so. This afternoon, after shooting a cosmetics advertisement in the studio, Qin Baobao lay on the chair and babbled, stretching her small waist that countless male comrades in the studio coveted. She was as lazy as a fox spirit with clean fur. "Oh, I am so tired. When I go home, I will ask the little red guy to massage me." She bent down and knocked on her elastic thigh a few times. Li Yanhong sat next to her and sighed silently. This little girl is probably the most lazy star she has seen in the 8 years of her career. Every time she has to go to work, she will frown her eyebrows that break men's hearts and look bitter. The happiest thing is to curl up in the office to eat snacks and play with her brother. They try to find ways to make more money while a woman is still young. She said, "Then I will practice dancing and singing every day." It is also tiring. Li Yanhong said, "No matter how tired you are, you still have to work. Otherwise, how can you make money?" She said, "It is enough that my brother can make money." Li Yanhong was speechless. Yes, it is great to have a brother who can make money. It is really great to have a brother who can buy a company and give it to his sister. But you can't count on your brother forever. Qin Zhe is your brother, not your husband. Li Yanhong didn't say this and sighed sadly. "Sister Li, has my bag arrived?" "No." "What about the high heels?" "I just bought them last night." "How can it be so fast?" She lay on the chair and sighed. Like most women, she likes to buy designer bags, designer clothes, designer shoes, and all kinds of expensive cosmetics. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so she doesn't know who she is dressing up for. Li Yanhong sighed again. Her phone rang. It is Qin Qinghong. Qin Baobao tucked her hair behind her ear and answered the phone. "Qinghong." Crying came from the other end of the phone. "Bao Bao, help me." Qin Baobao frowned and sat up straight. She said gently, "What is it?" "What is it?" "Qing Feng bullied you." Chapter 339. Chu Feng is missing. Qin Qinghong sobbed. "Missing?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "What happened? Should we call the police?" "I can't explain it clearly. Let's meet somewhere, okay?" Qin Qinghong cried. After setting a place, Qin Baobao took her bag and said, "I'm going out. You don't have to follow me." Li Yanhong nodded. She couldn't leave yet. She had finished shooting the advertisement and she needed to stay behind as her agent to deal with the follow-up matters. Qin Bao Bao met Chen Qinghong at a Western restaurant. She was wearing a blue down jacket and black pencil pants. She was a beautiful and cold girl, but she looked extremely haggard today. No, she had been haggard recently. It could be seen from the dark circles under her eyes. Looking at her carefully, her hair was tied up casually. She didn't have the time or the mood to take care of it. Qin Bao Bao said softly, "What's wrong? Look at you. Did you break up?" Chen Qinghong shook her head. When she saw Qin Bao Bao, her tears flowed down again. Chu Feng lost a lot of money in the stock market. He disappeared yesterday. His phone was turned off. I can't contact him. To hell with the stock market. Qin Bao Bao was irritated when she heard about the stock market. A while ago, she was also worried and scared like Chen Qinghong. Tell me slowly. What's going on? Qin Bao Bao said. Chen Qinghong nodded and told her everything. This matter was more troublesome than Qin Bao Bao imagined. The last time they went to Hangzhou, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend and Xianxia's boyfriend traded in the stock market. Chu Feng was addicted to the stock market and couldn't extricate himself. He held his phone every day to look at the stock market earnings. The earnings in a week was more than his company's earnings in a month. This was even better than getting a windfall. Encountering a crazy bull market was really like getting rich overnight. He couldn't extricate himself. Unknowingly, he had earned 300,000 yuan. Chu Feng's mentality was about to reach the moon. But the good times didn't last long. It only lasted for 2 to 3 months until the stock market plunged half a month ago. A week's worth of losses had caused Chu Feng's profits to shrink by 50%. Of course, he couldn't accept it. Half of the money that he had painstakingly earned over the past 3 months had evaporated in a week. Chu Feng didn't feel good. He borrowed money from his relatives, friends, and classmates to invest in the stock market. Originally, Xianxia's fiancé, Qing Yi, also wanted to invest the money from the down payment into the stock market, but Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia trusted Qin Zhe very much. She said, "Since Qin Zhe has already cut it off, why aren't you running away? If he lost half of it, then so be it." He had earned at least a few 100,000, which was excellent. Cheng Yi thought about it. He was going to get married next year. After the new year, he would have to make the down payment to buy a house. He couldn't take the risk. As expected, he was terrified. Chu Feng, who was not afraid, invested in the stock market without hesitation. Coincidentally, the market bounced back after the crash and made a huge profit. This was not the end. Chu Feng not only played with leverage, but also borrowed money from the finance company and coaxed Chen Qinghong to borrow it. Let's make a profit and leave. The stock market will not collapse. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am doing this for our future. With our salaries, when will we be able to buy a house in Shanghai? I am doing this for our future. These few days, Chu Feng kept saying this to Chen Qinghong. This time, the good times were even shorter. The stock market plunged again. Countless men who climbed the mountain of the stock market were buried under the ground. This time, Chu Feng was overjoyed. His efforts were in vain. He owed his relatives and friends, but he owed 4 million renminbi to the loan sharks. He was finished. The situation now was that his car and house were all mortgaged. It belonged to Chu Feng. And the loan sharks belonged to Chen Qinghong. They come to the company every day to ask us to repay the debt. They follow us every day. Every day when I go home, I see them at the door, asking us to repay the debt. Chen Qinghong sobbed. We were fired last week, and Chu Feng disappeared. Bao Bao, what should I do? I can't repay the debt. The loan sharks no longer liked to fight. Of course, they would still beat people up. For example, they would come to the company to collect the debt. They would make the company unable to work, and they would be gossiped about by their colleagues. How can you be so muddle-headed? You even borrowed money from loan sharks. Do you have the ability to repay it? The compound interest will drive you to death. Qin Bao Bao was upset. But seeing her best friend crying, she couldn't bear to scold her. Chu Feng abandoned you and let you bear the loan sharks alone. Damn it, he deserves to go bankrupt. She took a sip of lemon water and frowned. What about your family? Last time, he borrowed 100,000 renminbi from my dad. Last year, my mom was sick and hospitalized. We don't have much savings left. We don't even have enough money to pay the interest. Chen Qinghong cried until her eyes were red. Bao Bao, help me. I am going crazy from the debt collectors. How much did you borrow? 800,000 renminbi. Chen Qinghong choked. 800,000 renminbi was nothing to Qin Bao Bao. She just needed to make a phone call and say, Qin Bao Bao, transfer the money. 800,000 renminbi. Within 24 hours, the money would be transferred to her account. Chen Qinghong was her best friend. The two of them had known each other since their second year in university. They had been very close. Together with Xianxia, they were an iron triangle. There was no reason not to help her best friend when she encountered such a terrible situation. But Qin Bao Bao remembered two things. In September, not long after her record broke the sales record, her grandfather's younger brother, the brother and sister's great-uncle, borrowed 200,000 renminbi for the down payment. He said he would return it in December. Of course, he didn't return it. Her great-uncle's son complained, "We are already big stars. The siblings have earned so much money. What's wrong with sharing a few hundred RMB with us?" The second thing was the brother and sister's uncle. Not only was he a playboy, he was also a prodigal. He squandered all the savings left by their grandfather. Their family had been cleaning up his mess. When they couldn't clean it up anymore, they asked their mom for help. Their mom loved her brother so much. Of course, she had to help. Then, after cleaning up his mess, their savings of several years were gone. They even had to sell the house. This was the resentment of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao when they were young. It was said that the debt had not been paid off. Their uncle had not been home for several years. Qin Bao Bao thought, if her mom and dad had not helped him back then, would her uncle have changed? According to the social order back then, her uncle probably would not have had the chance to change and would have been forced to death. But because someone had been cleaning up his mess, it was hard for her uncle to change. On second thought, she couldn't blame her mom. If it was that little punk who owed so much money, Qin Bao Bao would have thought of ways to clean up his mess. As for Qinghong, she definitely couldn't afford 800,000 renminbi. It was meaningless to waste 10 or 20 years. But if she helped him, she would reconcile with Chu Feng. What if Chu Feng treated her like an ATM machine? Chen Qinghong might be beautiful and educated, but she didn't have her own opinions. Other than being good at studying, she wasn't as knowledgeable as that little b*tch Xianxia. Wait, the company has signed a few artists. My private money is all in there, but Ace has money. I'll help you ask. Chen Qinghong nodded with red eyes. Qin Bao Bao took out her mobile phone and typed, "Super invincible adorable beauty Qin Bao Bao's great summoning technique, little punk, come out." Qin Zhe, what are you doing? Do you still want to take photos? Wait, I'll give it to you. Qin Bao Bao, who wants your photos? I have something to discuss. Chu Feng lost everything in the stock market. Qin Bao Bao typed, Qinghong asked me to help. Before she finished the second paragraph, she saw Qin Zhe send a question mark. Who is Chu Feng? Qin Bao Bao. Idiot, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend. At least we played together in Hangzhou for many days. Qin Zhe, I remember, you were pestering me at that time, so I didn't have much communication with them. By the way, I haven't figured out who Qing Yi and Chu Feng are. Qin Bao Bao, she told Chen Qinghong's experience and said in distress, I haven't decided whether to lend it or not. I always feel that being so generous will cause a lot of trouble in the future. But Qinghong is my sister, I can't help her. Where are you? Leave it to me. Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao shared the location. Qin Zhe arrived at the Western restaurant 15 minutes later. It was not far from his company, and there was no traffic jam on the highway. He saw Chen Qinghong at first sight. In his impression, Chen Qinghong's temperament was somewhat similar to Su Yu's. Before knowing Su Yu, Qin Zhe did not have a good impression of Chen Qinghong's type of beauty, but he had a good impression of Xianxia. In the final analysis, it was probably because Xianxia was Qin Bao Bao's side account. The password of the main account was lost, and the appeal was far away, so he thought it would be great if he could use the side account. A's. Qin Bao Bao waved to her brother happily. She told Chen Qinghong's experience again, and then gritted her teeth. I didn't expect Chu Feng to be such a person. Sure enough, whether a man is reliable or not can only be seen when he is down and out. Chen Qinghong wiped her tears. Qin Zhe nodded at her and quietly gave his sister a look. His sister understood. I'm going to the bathroom. Watching his sister's figure disappear around the corner, Qin Zhe frowned and said, You and my sister are friends. I won't treat you like an outsider. I'll say some things directly. No one's money is blown by the wind. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. 800,000 yuan is not much, but can you pay it back? Chen Qinghong whispered, Qin Zhe, I will pay it back, I will pay it back. How? Qin Zhe said gently, I remember my sister said that your annual income is about 200,000 yuan. After deducting daily expenses, it's very good to save 100,000 yuan a year. 800,000 yuan, and you still have 8 years. In fact, I even lost my job. Chen Qinghong was depressed. She pleaded with her eyes, Qin Zhe, please, help me. Once, she thought that Qin Bao Bao's younger brother was mediocre and ordinary. He was unwilling to go out to work even though he was an intern. She didn't like her best friend. In just half a year, Qin Zhe became a man that she had to raise her head 90 degrees to look at. Qin Zhe thought about his sister's meaning. He must help. His sister had always been loyal to her friends, and it was because of her loyalty that she attracted the wolf in the house. His sister wanted him to help Chen Qinghong. Some things were not convenient for her to say as her best friend, but it didn't mean that she wasn't angry. What if she did something stupid after helping her get through this difficult time? Chapter 340. 800,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. I'm not generous enough to give it away. Qin Zhe said, from my personal point of view, I don't recommend my sister to help you. You're so stupid. You borrowed money from a loan shark just because your boyfriend said so. What if there's a next time? Maybe you don't want to drag her down, but when you're cornered, you'll definitely look for her again. Chen Qinghong was silent. After a moment, she raised her head and stared at him sadly. What do I have to do for you to help me? I can help you. The IOU is not enough. You have to sign an agreement and pay me 15,000 yuan every month until you pay off all your debts, Qin Zhe said. Chen Qinghong's body swayed. 15,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that she was unemployed now, the highest salary she had received since graduation was 30,000 yuan a month. That was when business was at its peak. Look, you still don't want to come out, Qin Zhe said, my sister told me about your family situation. You have another annoying boyfriend. I'm a businessman. If I throw 800,000 yuan into the Huangpu River, I can float for half a day. Chen Qinghong looked desperate. Did you break up with Chu Feng? Chen Qinghong did not speak. Look, you're still thinking about that kind of man. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Why should I lend you money? What if you bring him to my sister to ask for money again? Of course we broke up. Chen Qinghong cried. But he ran away a long time ago. I can't contact him either. Qin Zhe raised his chin with the back of his hand and looked at her meaningfully. He did not say anything. He had to give her a little more pressure to let her know that 800,000 yuan was not easy to come by and that she should cherish it. I used to think that you had good taste. Who knew that it was useless? That kind of man caused you so much trouble. Qin Zhe sneered. I remember when my sister was in university, you didn't even like to look at me. Now look, compared to your boyfriend, isn't there a world of difference? Chen Qinghong's heart went cold. She understood. She knew Qin Zhe's plan. Looking at his green eyes and wolf-like eyes, she, who had been in the workplace for 2 years, immediately understood. She thought about her family, which wasn't rich, and her parents, who were sighing in despair. Because of Chu Feng's matter, what little savings they had was almost emptied. Chen Qinghong struggled for a long time in her heart. She gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Zhe. Okay, I promise you. Nanny. Promise me what? Qin Zhe was stunned. He saw Chen Qinghong was furious and ashamed. She looked like she was ready to throw caution to the wind. I can be your woman, but I won't return the 800,000 yuan. Qin Zhe, I'll sleep with you for a year, but only for a year. After the new year, I'll be 26 and I'll get married. Chu Feng was my boyfriend when I was in university. He was also my first love. I'm not a virgin, but I've only had one boyfriend. The debt collectors caused me to lose my job. They even threatened me that if I didn't pay them back, they would be rude to my family and force me to sell myself. Since I have to sell myself no matter what, I might as well sell myself to you. Qin Zhe, dumbfounded, no, the script wasn't right. I didn't want to sleep with you. How did you know that? Qin Zhe wants to sleep with me, message. Chen Qinghong said sadly, this year, I won't be with any other man. I'll only sleep with you. Tomorrow, I'll go look for a place where no one knows. I'll give you the address and the key. Don't you men like to hide women in a golden house? I won't let you take responsibility, and I won't pester you. You don't even need to wear a condom. I'll take birth control pills. I just beg you not to tell Bao Bao about this. Leave me some dignity. After saying that, Chen Qinghong took a deep breath. The expression on her face could be summed up in 4 words, you're welcome to sleep with me. Qin Zhe, dumbfounded, thinking about it, he just stepped on Chu Feng's foot and compared himself with Chu Feng. At this moment, it was easy for people to misunderstand that he was trying to facilitate some kind of shameful deal. No, it was an illegal deal. He couldn't let this woman continue to do it without limits. His sister's original intention was to give her a warning so that she could use her brain and not be a silly girl in the future. What if she came back and found out that her brother had kept her best friend as a mistress? Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. His sister lives, and the little pervert dies. I just escaped a disaster this morning. I can't fall into Chen Qinghong's hands. You misunderstood. Qin Zhe waved his hand, I don't mean to sleep with you. Chen Qinghong gritted her teeth and said, 1.5 years, at most 1.5 years. You want to be my mistress so much? Qin Zhe pondered. After a moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the system, host, you don't have to wait. You don't have this kind of desire in your heart. The system won't give you a task. I know whether I have a desire in my heart or not. You don't have to come out and show your existence. Xianxia scolded it in his heart, F***ck off. Son of AB***tch, you've changed. The system imitated Qin Bao Bao's voice and cried, I still remember when we were on the basketball court that year. You said to me affectionately, thank you, system. I never thought that one day, I would be able to blow up the entire court. Did I say that? You did. Xianxia recalled. Indeed, he did. At that time, he blurted it out. He sighed and said, that's because I thought that you were a cheat system that could destroy the heavens, the earth, the air, the gods, the Buddhas, and the witches. I felt that my life had turned on the long out-yin mode. But later on, I realized that you're not a cheat. You're a lowly one. Other than exchanging basic skill books for me, exchanging a few songs, and giving me a set of, The Times Are Calling, your style is completely different from what I thought of the system. You're actually a defective product, right? Or perhaps the first generation of the system. Now the system world has developed to the nth generation. The system said, the host's words have left me speechless. Let me think for a while. I must think of a rebuttal. A few seconds later, the system sent a picture to Xianxia's mind. It was not seen through his eyes, but a picture that Xianxia could not help but think of. The picture was like this: 2 dogs were having sex, and the male dog crawled down and vomited. The system said, facts have proven that no matter what you do, you'll get tired of it after a few times. The human brain will become tired. Don't be fooled by those cheaters who bring the host around to show off every day. Actually, the host is suffering in their hearts. All they do is show off from day to night. They haven't even seen a real B***tch. Life should not be too hopeless. But you're different. With my help, you can freely change between a salted fish and a long out-yin. Moreover, you just had sex with a girl yesterday. You've already grown up, graduated, and opened the door to a new world. You're much better than those hosts who look good on the outside but are actually virgins. Xianxia was silent. He said, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can't think of a rebuttal at the moment. You win. The system snorted and disappeared. Promise me 2 things, and I'll lend you the money. Xianxia retracted his thoughts and went straight to the point with Chen Qinghong. Say it. Chen Qinghong bit her lip. First, 3,000 per month. This is the bottom line. Considering that you don't have a job now, I can postpone this date to next year. This would let her know that money was not easy to come by. There were plenty of examples that needed to be eliminated. Chen Qinghong nodded. Second, completely break up with Chu Feng in the future. Don't let me know that you two are still together. Also, don't let my sister know about our loan agreement. Chen Qinghong nodded again. Okay, come to my company tomorrow. We'll sign the agreement. Xianxia said. Chen Qinghong hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively, is that all? You really don't have any thoughts about me? Which eye of yours saw me having thoughts about you? If it was before today, maybe it would be a biological desire. But I won't have it in my heart. Chen Qinghong looked at him for a long time and said stubbornly, if it was Xianxia, would you agree? Xianxia's face darkened. Why do you say that? He had a bad feeling. You have a good impression of Xianxia, right? I can see it, and Bao Bao can see it too. Xianxia knows it herself. Sometimes I think that if you had started earlier, maybe Xianxia would have been yours. Chen Qinghong added, we don't have a deep friendship, but I can also see that Xianxia is your sister complex. Xianxia and Bao Bao are somewhat similar in temperament. Xianxia looked up at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, Su Yu's words appeared in his mind. Xianxia, are you a sister complex? Li Donglai's words, Master, are you a sister complex? Chen Qingyuan's words, Qin Gu, Li Donglai said that you are a sister complex. Cousin Jiang Cheng's words, Brother, you are actually a sister complex, right? Zhang Ye's words, Qin Zai, you are a sister complex. Why does the whole world know that I'm a siscon now? I didn't kiss my sister in front of everyone. I didn't have sex with my sister in front of others. Who was the one who leaked the news? Qin Zai was panicking. Fortunately, he and his sister pretended to be good in front of his parents. His father didn't know it at all, and his mother was already suspicious. Speaking of this, Qin Zai thought of Su Yao. His mother's social circle was not big. There were two ways to find one or two unusual people from her life circle. The first was to check her past in Shanghai, and the second was to check her past in Zhejiang province. One carried his mother's childhood and adolescence. One carried his mother's youth and middle age. In Shanghai, if he had the chance, he could talk to his trash uncle. It was almost the end of the year, and he had to go home. Qin Zai had a way to get some information from his uncle. In Zhejiang province, the gentle and beautiful auntie was a good candidate, but she left early. Now, there was Su Yao, who was from the same clan as his mother, and he could start with him. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao walked over from the bathroom. His sister pretended not to know anything and said in a coquettish voice, Qinghong is my best friend. You have to help her. Chen Qinghong forced a smile. Bao Bao, Qin Zai has already talked to me. I will go to the company to find him tomorrow. Thank you for helping me. Qin Bao Bao saw her best friend's slightly ugly expression and knew that it was done. She smiled and said, Okay, Qinghong, you have to be careful next time. Don't think too highly of love, and don't think too highly of men. Chen Qinghong nodded reluctantly. She chatted with Qin Bao Bao absent-mindedly for a few minutes, then said goodbye and left. Qin Bao Bao's expression immediately changed. She grabbed Qin Zai's ear and said with a straight face, Tell me, where did you fool around last night? I didn't fool around. I just got drunk and slept in the company last night. Qin Zai said, Didn't I take a photo for you to see? Qin Bao Bao rolled her charming eyes and curled her lips. There are photos, but there are no people. Who knows when you took them? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Bao Bao poked his head with her finger. Next time, you can't stay out all night. Otherwise, I will skin you. Qin Zai's entire body felt unwell. He felt very panicky and guilty. Qin Bao Bao leaned lazily on her brother's shoulder and said softly, Hey, we should buy a house. Chapter 341. His sister had been preparing to buy a house for a long time, but it had been delayed until now because of many things. After Qin Zai's stock market crisis was resolved, he made a windfall by shorting. Qin Bao Bao discussed with her brother to buy the house. They didn't need a down payment but paid the full price directly. The community where they lived was built with an overpass at the entrance. The traffic was jammed and the flow of people was chaotic. Thieves and pickpockets were making trouble in that area. It was close to the end of the year. Thieves and pickpockets also had to be evaluated. They could make a lot of money to go home for the new year. Qin Zai's community had many incidents of stealing mobile phones and snatching bags. Every night, there were police cars wandering around there. Big cities also had their dark side. Although it was bustling, not everyone was dressed to the nines. Royal View Mansion was a top-class community, and there was no doubt about its safety. Buy it. Qin Zai patted his chest and said, I'll pay the full price. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face bloomed with a smile. Her two small canine teeth were very cute. She kissed him on the cheek. Don't make trouble. Be careful not to be photographed by the paparazzi. Qin Zhe was surprised and pushed his sister. Qin Bao Bao's small eyes were full of resentment. Dog, you've changed. Qin Zhe, these words were so familiar. Didn't the system just say it? So, what secrets did the system and his sister have? The system was made by his sister, right? My body is no longer attractive to you. Qin Bao Bao put on a sad face. No, Qin Zhe comforted his sister. I can still get a little hard. Stinky rogue. Qin Bao Bao blushed. By the way, let me show you something. Qin Bao Bao turned on her mobile phone and showed her brother the chat history with Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao, Ace was drunk yesterday. He slept in the company for a night. Relieved emoji, wolf in the house, idiot, there's no one in this picture. How do you know he took it? Or was it taken by someone else? Qin Bao Bao, knock on the head, Ace wouldn't lie to me. My brother wouldn't lie to me. The housebreaker was speechless. Qin Zhe was both touched and ashamed. A sense of guilt rose in his heart. Sure enough, my sister trusted me the most. My image in her heart was unshakable, I was her loyal lackey. In this world, only his elder sister was good. Without her, her younger brother was like a blade of grass. Sister Xian was not bad either. She was indeed the woman I had my eyes on. This scheming mind, this intelligence, I had to have it. In the future, when we had sex, I had to let her know how awesome Teddy Kidney was. Looking further down, there were twists and turns. Qin Bao Bao, look at how cowardly my brother is. He wouldn't even dare to touch you if I stripped you naked and threw you on his bed, let alone other women. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Therefore, if you don't see the end, you will never be able to guess what the ending will be. When I see the woman I loved so much. He actually looked at me like I was a salted fish. Isn't this a kind of realization? Let me see myself clearly, what a painful realization. The touched expression on Qin Zhe's face gradually disappeared. It was so uncomfortable. He was holding back a mouthful of old blood in his heart. So, can you give me back my feeling of being touched? There was also shame. The housebreaker replied to her, that's true. Maybe I thought too much. Qin Zhe was speechless. Sister Xian also backhanded me with a knife. Suyu was still the best. In Suyu's heart, I was a god, a reliance, a hot and fulfilling little motor. Wang Zijin suspected you of doing bad things and encouraged me to trouble you. I'm not stupid. Qin Bao Bao swiped her round thumb and showed him an earlier chat record. Look at this. Chat record. Qin Bao Bao, Ace and I are going to buy a house, but it's too much. My mother doesn't want him to live with me. The housebreaker, you still have to listen to your mother's words. I personally think that living alone will be more free and happier. Qin Bao Bao, living alone and doing all the housework by myself, it's so tiring. The housebreaker, funny, Royal View Mansion has a special cleaning department. If you don't live for a year, there won't be dust. Qin Bao Bao wanted to complain to her best friend, but her best friend didn't stand on her side at all. She angrily sent an angry expression, I won't talk to you. You can't live in the new house. The housebreaker, hey. Happy. After Qin Bao Bao sent a string of ellipses, she changed the topic. Smile, we are sisters. Just kidding, there is a piece of meat for me, and there is a bone for you, Wang Zijin. We still have to live together. The housebreaker, bah, who wants to chew the bone? Chew the bone. Maybe because of the remark, housebreaker, Qin Zhe didn't feel strange at all. The housebreaker, I think it's good to live alone. You don't have to worry about me. Please leave me in the small house of 85 square meters. Your luxury suite of hundreds of square meters is not suitable for me. Thank you. No, 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 we are sisters. We must live together. Oh, this place is close to my company. I will live here. It's a deal. No, I'm used to sleeping with you. I will be very lonely without you. You have to cherish yourself when I'm not with you. Following that, the two sisters rambled on. It wasn't meaningful, but they all had the same meaning. You must move over here, and I definitely don't want to move over here. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, Sister Xian, you've almost exposed our affair. Aren't you usually quite clever? How can you be so muddle-headed? Perhaps Sister Ziwei thought that Qin Bao Bao was just bickering with her. Oh, they didn't bicker. But Xianxia was familiar with his sister. 9 out of 10 sentences from his sister were coquettish and cute, but the last sentence was definitely murderous. Hey, Wang Zijin, this girl, does she like you? She refuses to live with me. Qin Bao Bao supported her cheek with one hand and smiled. Her phoenix eyes narrowed into crescents. She was so charming. She clicked her tongue and said, Aze, hurry up. Even my sister can see that she is interested in you. You are the boss's man, but you still don't have a girlfriend. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Xianxia said in his heart, activate the acting master. A helpless smile appeared on his face. My career has just started. How can I be in the mood to have a girlfriend? I have bid farewell to the days of sitting alone in an empty house and being a wife for a long time. Besides, my sister is so hot and beautiful. She has destroyed my aesthetic standards. Her figure is not as good as yours, and her face is not as beautiful as yours. I don't want to marry her. Qin Bao Bao smiled like a flower and narrowed her eyes happily. Wang Zijin is also not bad. Her small face is very beautiful. Su Yu is even more beautiful and tall. Pei Nanman is a married woman, she's so romantic. Xianxia said seriously, it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Qin Bao Bao touched her head with satisfaction. Good boy. Xianxia was used to coaxing his sister. Anyway, as long as he followed her words and firmly believed that only my sister is the best in the world, he wouldn't waver. It was easy to coax his sister to be happy. She would smile and raise her chin to give him a kiss. The 36 stratagems of flirting with your sister was like a game. I have already mastered the remote control. Wen City. On the top floor of the black gold office building. This building was built in 2011. An internationally famous architect was invited to design it and it took 4 years to complete. The whole building was the property of Xingting Group. The current CEO of Xingting Group was called Su Yao. Su Yao's name was not seen in the news or newspapers. He was low-key. But in the circle of Wen business, and even in Jia province, where rich businessmen gathered, he was famous. His business was in all walks of life. Food, clothing, real estate, hotels, medical equipment, and so on. Even in the era of industry turbulence, he could sit on the fishing platform and be stable. Over the years, Su Yao was more or less involved in the investments of Wen Business Group. For example, he also participated in a series of projects in Hangzhou that attracted national attention in recent years. Su Yao's name was unknown 10 years ago. His life before the age of 30 could be said to be worthless. He had a high education, but did not find a good job. As a result, he got married and divorced. In the end, he was fancied by a woman of Wen business and became a son-in-law. At a young age, he began to rise. At that time, in the circle of Wen business, there were many people who laughed at him for being really good at marriage. When it came to Su Yao, it was known that he relied on nepotism to get to the top. However, Time proved that gold would always shine. From relying on nepotism to establishing his own business, from having a difficult time to climbing steadily, from having a small profit margin to a pitiful handicraft industry, to developing into a business tycoon with personal assets of tens of billions, Xiao used 10 years to build his own industrial empire. But even such a big shot had his regrets that could not be made up. In the luxurious office, Xiao looked at the housing purchase contract, faxed from Royal View Mansion, and was silent for a long time. Chapter 342. 2 names were signed on the contract, Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao. Xiao lit a cigarette and looked at their names. He was in a daze for a long time until the butt of the cigarette burned his fingers. These were Sister Xiaolan's children. No, one of them was his. It was his, Su Yao's. It had nothing to do with her. Sister Xiaolan was from the same family as him, but Su Yao never called her sister. He preferred to call her Xiaolan. This would make him seem manly and like an adult, not a child in Sister Xiaolan's eyes. Was there such a person? She occupied your entire youth. Is there such a thing that has been tormenting you for so many years, like an evil spirit that chases after debts? It was said that the past was like smoke, but it was like an unwilling ghost floating in his heart, telling Su Yao, "Hey, trash, if it wasn't for you, how could the children have been separated? Hey, trash, you deserve to feel guilty for the rest of your life." Xiaolan didn't let him meet the children. As long as he appeared, Xiaolan would be like a hedgehog. He really didn't appear for more than 20 years. Wasn't it what they had agreed on back then? However, this knot in his heart had haunted Su Yao for more than 20 years. He felt guilty until today. That day, he didn't come to Shanghai to discuss business. There was no need for him to appear for such a small contract. He followed his heart and came to see his children. No, it wasn't as simple as seeing them. He wanted to lay his cards on the table with his children. All these years, he had never hidden his thoughts from Xiaolan, so she would never agree. The phone's ringtone interrupted Su Yao's wandering thoughts. He frowned when he saw the caller. The phone rang for a long time before Su Yao finally picked it up. "Brother Rong, lend me some money." A cheeky voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Yao didn't say anything. "Brother Rong, help me. I owe a loan shark again." He continued to smile. How could he be so happy when he owed a loan shark? How big was the person on the other end? The world couldn't tolerate him anymore. Again. "Well used," Su Yao said in a deep voice. "How many times have I wiped your ass? If I hadn't helped you a few years ago, you would have been chopped up and thrown into the Huangpu River. Let's not talk about the distant past. 2 years ago, you went to Yunnan to gamble on stones and owed 7 million yuan. You were chased all the way from Yunnan to Zhe province. Who protected you? Yes, yes, yes. You are my savior and benefactor. Su Guang, you're not young anymore. You should be more careful. Lon said that you haven't been home this year," Su Yao said. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before asking, "You went to Shanghai?" "Yes." "Su Yao, are you still brooding over what happened back then?" Su Guang's voice became angry. "Don't even think about it. My sister is living a very happy life now. If you dare to cause trouble, believe it or not, I will throw you into the Huangpu River." "Let's not talk about this," Su Yao said helplessly. "What happened this time?" Su Guang's tone immediately became flattering. "Sigh, I lost money in the stock market. I heard from my friends that the stock market is very hot. It's like picking up money. Whatever you buy will rise. Of course, I was tempted. I borrowed money to invest in the stock market. Then, I heard that using leverage can make money quickly. I became rich overnight. Then, I used leverage 20 times. You have seen what the stock market is like now. It's not good. You're brainless. Su Yao said angrily, how much do you owe? 3 million. Su Yao's heart moved. He asked, since you want to invest in the stock market, why don't you look for your nephew? I don't have the face. Su Guang sighed. That year, I cheated my brother-in-law badly. I sold the house and owed more than 1 million yuan. Ace and Bao Bao didn't like to talk to me. If this house hadn't been sold, it would be worth 6 to 7 million yuan now. Whether it was for Ace or Bao Bao as a dowry, it would be good. Speaking of houses, my house in Royal View Mansion has been sold. You guys are real estate speculators. The people who bought the house are Bao Bao and Ace. Why don't you give it to them? A house worth tens of millions. Do you think you can give it to them just like that? They are not fools. If they follow the vine to find the melon, I don't care. What about Xiaolon? With Ace's current skills, he will catch up with me in at most 5 years. That's just right. Help me pay off the debt and lend me the rest of the money. I will definitely make a comeback next year. Su Yao sneered. I didn't say I would help you pay off the debt. Hey, Brother Rong, we're brothers who grew up together. You can't just leave him in the lurch, Su Guang yelled. I'm sorry, Brother Rong. The last time I went to Shanghai to look for Xiaolon, I made an agreement with her that I would never give you a single cent from now on. All these years, I've thought about it. Perhaps I've harmed you. I've cleaned up your mess time and time again, making you worse and unable to take it back. Su Yao sighed. Auntie is so old, but you are not filial to her. Your son is in elementary school and your daughter is in junior high school. It is difficult for them to see you once a year. 3 million is not enough to kill you. This time, let's cut off your hand. At least let you take back your heart. Don't, Brother Rong. Su Yao had hung up the phone. In February, it was cold in spring. The weather forecast said that there would be snow today. With the emergence of the greenhouse effect, the cities and the coastal areas had less and less snowy weather. In the eyes of the southerners, the snowy weather that northerners were accustomed to was indeed cheering like a festival. It was really hard to imagine. In the luxurious lounge of the clubhouse, Nan Man Pei and Su Yu, 2 best friends, were sitting on rattan chairs, drinking tea and chatting. The room was as warm as spring. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the cold wind was biting cold. Sister Man's tea skills are getting better and better, Su Yu sipped her tea and squinted her eyes happily. Nan Man Pei looked at her carefully. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she found that her best friend was much better than before. In the past, Su Yu always liked to have a cold face and keep people thousands of miles away. Although she took off her disguise in front of her, there was still a touch of loneliness and isolation. Now it was gone. Now Su Yu's face was glowing, and her eyes and eyebrows were smiling, as if her heart was filled with happiness and joy. Have you been happy recently? Is it because the company's performance is very good this year? Nan Man Pei shook her head. You don't care about money. Su Yu, wearing a lavender club bathrobe, stretched her waist lazily. Sister Man, I'm in love. When she said this, her eyes were shining brightly. Qinzai. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows. Oh, you can see that. Su Yu covered her small mouth and said in surprise. Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes and thought, even a fool can see it. In bed? Nan Man Pei asked. Su Yu said shyly, yes. Nan Man Pei, she said, have you confirmed the relationship? Have you met his parents? Su Yu sighed. No, I have to meet his parents. His father likes me very much. Their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. His real girlfriend is Wang Zijin. That woman has a black heart and is a strong enemy. Nan Man Pei was shocked and speechless for a long time. She reached out to touch Su Yu's forehead. What are you doing? Su Yu blinked her eyes and put her hand on her forehead. Nan Man Pei took back her hand. Are you sick? Or, what kind of magic potion did Qin Zhe give you? Why do you say that? If he didn't give you a magic potion, would you be willing to be his mistress? Nan Man Pei said angrily, he has a girlfriend. Bah, what mistress? Su Yu said, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Every couple in the world is the first love. He's not married yet. Besides, if he's married, I'll break him up. Is he so good? Su Yu chuckled and said, that's great. The electric motor makes people want to stop and want to die. You've been there. You know. Nan Man Pei couldn't accept Su Yu's sudden style and sighed, don't burn yourself by playing with fire. If you don't dig the corner, you'll get yourself involved. Wang Zijin is not a simple woman. Su Yu said vigilantly, has a big background. Not to mention the background, she's not easy to deal with. Are you sure it's not you but her who cries in the end? Don't worry, I gave my first time to him, and he gave his first time to me. Didn't people say that women can't forget the man who took their first time for a lifetime? It's the same for men. Some people also said that first love doesn't have a good ending. Su Yu was silent, looking at the tea in the cup, and said, maybe what you said makes sense, but I don't regret it. There are so many good men in the world. Why do you like Qin Zhe? Su Yu thought about it and whispered, there are so many good men in the world, but what does it have to do with me? The person I like is Qin Zhe, not a good man. It's not that he's handsome, it's not that he can make money, it's because I'm with him, my heart won't be empty. It's that I can't leave him, not that he can't leave me. There are so many good men in the world, but he's the only one in my world. Nan Man Pei had nothing to say and suddenly felt sad. Chapter 343. The company will have an annual meeting in a few days. Ace wants to bring the employees of Tianfang and Baozi together. Sister Man, you are also a shareholder of the two companies. Do you want to come? Su Yu threw away all her worries. I have too many companies to spare time. Nan Man Pei shook his head. Come on. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin will be there too. They are in cahoots. If I am alone, I will definitely be suppressed, Su Yu said coquettishly. Nan Man Pei said with a headache, I want to beat Qin Zhe up now. I'm afraid that when I see him, I can't help but beat him up. Don't, Su Yu said nervously. Don't beat him up. Otherwise, I will be in a difficult position. Call me that day and inform me. I will see the situation and come over when I am free, Nan Man Pei said. Okay. Su Yu's cell phone rang. She opened it and her eyes were full of charm. She said with a smirk, Ace is waiting for me at the hotel. I will go over first. She got up and walked in the direction of the changing room, humming a song. My little motor, awesome, awesome, the most awesome, Nan Man Pei almost broke down. Qin Zhe and his sister finally moved to a new house. No, to be precise, it was his sister who moved to a new house. She also packed Sister Ziwei and brought it along. At Royal View Mansion, the furniture was ready-made and brand new. They only needed to bring some scattered daily necessities, such as bowls, chopsticks, clothes, towels, toothbrushes, and so on. Because they were all scattered things, they did not call a moving company. There was no need for that. Qin Ma also came to help. She drove the old man's car, her sister's little red horse, and Qin Zhe's new car. The two sisters' belongings were put in 3 cars. Most of them were her sister's clothes, high heels, bags, cosmetics. Wang Zijin didn't want to follow them. She wanted to stay here with Qin Zhe, but she pretended to be happy in front of Qin Bao. She turned her head and pouted at Qin Zhe unhappily. Qin Ma didn't want her daughter and son to continue to live together, so Qin Zhe stayed in the small nest. It was because of this reason that her sister wanted to pack the wolf into the house together with her. However, her sister secretly told her that Ace would move in again after her mother left. He would buy all the daily necessities, but the things over there would remain the same. Wang Zijin had an idea and said, "Bao Bao, you and Ace can stay over there. I'll stay here alone." Not only did she get rid of her sister-obsessed best friend, but she could also live alone with Qin Zhe. As for the Royal View Grand Garden, I'll just find a few excuses later and let Bao Bao live alone. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said, "Bao. You have to sleep with your sister as long as you stay in Shanghai." Wang Zijin was so angry that she almost had a showdown with her. The luxurious mansion was decorated with expensive and brand new furniture, fashionable crystal chandeliers, marble walls, and a bathroom that was bigger than the living room. All kinds of details made it look like a work of art instead of a home. Qin Ma looked at every corner of the house with great interest and sighed, "Bao Bao, it's really a bit lonely to live alone." Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up and was about to say, "Let Ace move in too." Qin Ma changed the topic, "Fortunately, Zijin is with you. Mom can rest assured." Qin Bao Bao said, "Mom, why don't you and Dad move in too? The area is big and there are plenty of rooms." Qin Ma smiled and said, "Your dad and I are not used to living in this kind of place. If we stay for a long time, we will feel uncomfortable. It's not as warm as our own home. You are a big star now. You should live in a house like this. I watch those variety shows, and there are scenes of stars in their homes. It's not appropriate to live in a small house. Moreover, this house can be your dowry. How good is that?" Qin Bao Bao's face darkened and she muttered, "I don't want other men to move in." "What did you say?" "Nothing, Mom. Let's have dinner together tonight." Qin Bao Bao wiped the sweat on her forehead and threw her coat to her mother. After moving most of the things, Wang Zijin was decorating her own room. Qin Bao Bao slept in the master bedroom, and she slept in the guest bedroom. Although it was a guest bedroom, it was 40 square meters in size. Qin Zhe stood on the balcony overlooking the night view of the Huangpu River with a glass of champagne in his hand. He took it from the wine cabinet. It was said that the previous owner of the house left it as a gift for the new owner. Qin Bao Bao wore a V-neck knitted sweater and walked to the balcony. She said sweetly, "The scenery here is unique." Qin Zhe turned to look at her. His gaze moved down and saw his sister's white skin and faintly discernible cleavage. He agreed and said, "The scenery here is unique." A cold wind blew. Qin Bao Bao shivered and said sadly, "It's cold." Qin Zhe understood and took off his coat and put it on her. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly and hugged his arm. She lowered her voice and said, "I just asked the property management to prepare some daily necessities and men's pajamas. Don't go back tonight. Mom, stupid. Drive out for a spin and then come back. I'm afraid that Mom will make a surprise inspection tomorrow. Don't worry. Hide your things and lock them. Also, if you can't open the door with just the lock, you need the password. Sister is so smart. Mwah. You can't mwah. Mom is in the living room." After saying that, Qin Bao Bao carefully turned her head and saw that her mother was wiping the coffee table with her head lowered. She quickly pecked her brother's face. When Mother Qin raised her head to look at them, the siblings were looking at the scenery. Delicious chicken. This thought flashed through Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's minds. Qin Ma glanced at her children on the balcony and quietly walked into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin knelt on the bed and spread the bed sheets. Her little butt was sticking up as she worked hard. "Zijin. Qin Ma walked over and helped her put on the quilt. She said casually, Bao Bao has a bad temper. It must be hard for you to live with her. It's okay. Wang Zijin said. Auntie thinks that it's not good for them to live together. At Bao Bao's age, if she doesn't have a boyfriend, her youth will be delayed. A's is the same. So it's not convenient for them to live together. Qin Ma laughed and said, they have a good relationship since they were young. In the blink of an eye, it's time for one to get married and the other to become a daughter-in-law. Auntie, this is a good thing. Wang Zijin smiled gently. It's a good thing, a good thing. But I feel that they haven't grown up yet. They often quarrel. The siblings don't know their limits. Qin Ma sighed and said, Auntie will be honest with you. Bao Bao, she has been very dependent on her brother since she was young. Although she often bullies him, she always thinks of him when something good happens. Her father and I are fine with scolding and beating. But if her relatives and friends say bad things about A's in front of her, she gets angry. Wang Zijin put down her work and looked at Qin Ma seriously. So, what is Auntie trying to say? Actually, I'm quite envious of Bao Bao. She has a strict father who loves her from the bottom of his heart, and a gentle mother like you. A's also dotes on her a lot. She's a girl, and she has such good fortune. She just needs a man who will treat her well for the rest of her life, Wang Zijin said. That's what I'm thinking. Qin Ma sighed and said, it's because A's dotes on her and gives in to her that she hasn't found a boyfriend until now. Zijin, do you think Bao Bao has a younger brother complex? Wang Zijin was shocked. Didn't the internet say that everyone has a father and mother complex to some extent? If you want a boyfriend, you have to be like your father, because your father loves you very much. If you want a girlfriend, you have to be like your mother, because your mother takes good care of you. When you grow up, you'll be gone. It's the same with a younger brother complex. Bao Bao doesn't have many male friends. She and her brother have lived together since they were young, and they still live together when they grow up. A's also gives in to her and dotes on her. During the ancestral worship ceremony, her aunt asked her what kind of boyfriend she wants to find. Bao Bao casually said, someone like A's. I knew it's over. Bao Bao has a younger brother complex. She thinks that A's treats her very well, and her future boyfriend must treat her well too. But she has been living with A's all this time, so she has an illusion that she doesn't need a boyfriend at all. Because she already has a younger brother by her side. So, I think it's time to let Bao Bao grow up. After she and A's separate, she will feel that she needs a boyfriend to love and care for her. That's why she'll want to find a partner. Otherwise, she won't grow up for the rest of her life. You girls hate those mommy's boys. Isn't it because the mother won't let go of her child, causing him to never grow up? Wang Zijin stared at her blankly and suddenly realized something. Auntie, what you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Wang Zijin thought to herself, Auntie, you're actually a professional psychologist, right? Or a professional relationship counselor. Wasn't that the logic? Bao Bao's younger brother complex came about. As long as they were separated, they would naturally recover after a long time. Bao Bao would think of finding another man, and A's would obediently fall into her arms. Everything suddenly became clear. It's snowing. Qin Zhe said softly. Fine snowflakes drifted in the lead gray sky, fluttering in the wind. Qin Bao Bao leaned her head on his shoulder. The snowflakes couldn't drift in, but Qin Bao Bao still reached out her hand and said softly, it's so nice. I suddenly hate our mother so much, she said softly. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at her slightly drooping eyelids. Mom has stopped urging you to go on blind dates. Qin Bao Bao shook her head. I don't hate her. I hate myself. I'm sick, the kind that's incurable. Incurable. Xianxia said softly, then there's no cure. Yes, so I can only walk this path to the end. Bao sighed and suddenly laughed. She pushed Xianxia away and spun on the spacious balcony. Her figure was graceful, and her hair was flying. She let out a bell-like laughter. It's snowing. Bao stood still and shouted at the sky, panting. A's. His sister turned around. The light in the living room shone on her beautiful face. Behind her was the twilight sky, and fine snowflakes fluttered in the wind. His sister was laughing, but Xianxia felt that it was a bit poignant and sad. If there's really no cure for my illness, will you give up on me? She asked. Xianxia looked at her. He looked at the dusky sky, watched the cold wind roll up the snowflakes, and watched the lights of the houses gradually light up. He retracted his gaze and looked at the face in front of him again. No, he said. Her smile suddenly brightened, as if the clouds had parted and the snow had settled.